You aren't ready for what you're about to experience watching this video. But hey, you clicked on it, so unlucky. Imagine being trapped in a haunted school where death lurks around every corner. Now think of everything you know about horror games, then suck your brain juice out with a straw, and replace it with every degenerate, taboo, and downright unholy thought your fragile little mind could possibly muster. See, I've already covered the first 2 Corpse Party games in very long, very funny, and obviously incredible videos, no bias of course. So take every uncomfortable, weird, and cringe-worthy moment from the last 2 games, yes, including the pee stuff. Sorry in advance. But I'm the pissing corpse guy. What did you expect? Then cram it into one absurd mess of a game that for some reason is canon. Why? How? I don't know, I'll try to explain. Welcome to Corpse Party Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash 2U, yep, that's the title. This game is what happens when a fanfic writer who specializes in smut and fetishes, trust me, I know some people, gets access to professional voice actors and absolutely zero restrictions on what's considered acceptable content. And then here we are, the edge of oblivion. No more warnings, no more discussion. If you enjoy this video or try to click off, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe before you do. And despite being the 3rd game in the series, you don't actually need to have played the other ones, since if you have previous knowledge or no knowledge, it doesn't matter, because we're all going to be confused at what's being shown and described to us. But enough delaying the inevitable. You clicked on this video, you read that title, and if you're a sick freak, you won't be disappointed. Starting up Corpse Party Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash 2U, we're just going to call it Sachiko's birthday from now on. We actually have some fun bonuses, including a relationship chart, the #1 source of all things canon. Also on the first Corpse Party vid I went through the relationships for that game quickly. Naomi has a crush on Satoshi who on her, in which they're both childhood friends. Sound familiar? But Seiko, who is Naomi's best friend, has a crush on Naomi, in which Ayumi and Yuka also have a crush on Satoshi, in which Yuka is actually the sister of Satoshi. But this time it's done for us, so let's go through it because there's a lot of characters. Okay, so let's check out the Heavenly Host crew, and we have abducted and killed, a daughter-mother relationship, another killed relationship. But what's truly amazing is we don't actually have any names, it's just pictures. And in Polonia? And in Polonia, it's intolerable. Melt, BFFS, despise, pain in the ass, so ambiguous then. Maybe more, which is very helpful for a chart. Then we have St. Cruz and a bunch we do not know, so we do not care. Then we have a bunch more. You know what, let's just get to the Kisaragi people. We have Seiko loving Naomi, Naomi loving Seiko in a friend way, Naomi and Satoshi having a crush on each other. So in total, this is just a worse version of the relationship chart that I already made. And Yuka is still a weird little Sachiko's birthday starts at a familiar sight, its cursed dimension school of Heavenly Host. Sachiko, the ghost girl in the red dress and ruler over the cursed land, is counting down seconds on a clock with no hands. She then loses consciousness and falls to the ground, waking up and smiling, saying good morning to the victims she killed, who now are also spirits. She checks the calendar and it says July 19th, which is Sachiko's birthday. So we now know that time progresses in this dimension, technically, though time obviously works a lot different to the living world. On her birthday, Sachiko's mother Yoshi can interact with her, in which they hug each other. Normally, the curse stops these two from being able to meet and interact. Sachiko then tells Yoshi to gather everyone not dead yet and put them in the gym, and that's where we begin. As Satoshi wakes up in the auditorium, he cries that he wasn't able to stop the Sachiko Ever After ritual, suggesting that this is what happens after one of the time loops in Book of Shadows, since we didn't see Satoshi after that loop at all in Book of Shadows, despite him being the starting character in Book of Shadows. He says try as he might, he couldn't stop them when he literally did the bare minimum of saying, no, don't do this. Noticing his surroundings, he's in a room with a lot of other confused students from various different schools. He also explains that this loop happens right after waking up and leaving with Yuka, then experiencing one of Heavenly Host's many earthquakes. Naomi then calls out asking if he's okay. Seiko obviously starts teasing Satoshi and Naomi about how close they are of each other, and the rest of the Kisaragi students and the really young teacher Miss Yuri, they all come over, and they're all together and safe. Looking around, everyone else is also having tearful happy reunions. including Naho, the one who caused half of the deaths here by writing a blog. Then someone calls Yuka's name, and we get introduced to a character who looks like Yuka, with very green anime eyes. She's her classmate called Satsuki Mizuhara. Weirdly, she didn't do the Sachiko Ever After chant and was just chilling at home, so her being here is a mystery for now. Suddenly though, a voice tells them to look ahead, though there's no one there. So Yoshiki, the girl, pretty much says what everyone is thinking. Unfortunately for him, as he says this, a massive hammer strikes right beside where he is speaking from. And Yoshikazu, the zombie man with the hammer who it belongs to, goes over to the podium, lifting Sachiko from behind it, revealing it was her voice, as if we had any doubt. She addresses the crowd, full now, congratulating them for being able to loop themselves to the same day that has now gotten to her birthday. How that works, we don't need to really talk about, just accept it. But she's dead, so she can't exactly age. She also informs them that this one loop will be a different day from the others, and everything that happens here will be forgotten, meaning this whole thing is pointless. Even going so far to say a side story or an anthology is how to describe it. Since it's Sachiko's birthday, she wants everyone to have the best, funnest time or whatever her idea of fun is. So she wants everyone to put on a fun culture festival, something she never got to have. Probably wondering like, well, this game sounds heartwarming fun, not degenerate or inappropriate at all. Well, this Ghost Girl has clearly been in very sus forms, causing her imagination to go a bit crazy. Because what she comes up with is... well, you will see. She reveals a whiteboard with a drawn map of the school, which she calls Heavenly Host and Sachiko Present Chew Them Up and Spit Them Out, the Great Confinement of Rotting Flesh Festival, Summer Edition. She's been planning her birthday with specific events, and even which particular students will take part in the activities. We then get told of a surprise guest being Satsuki, Yuka's classmate. The only one who actually gets to go home after all of this. However, if she somehow dies, she would be stuck here forever. Then we hear the voice of Nigel, Miss Yui's crush or first love or something, though in this case he's still a high schooler, which makes Miss Yui a very young teacher, but an adult. So dynamic-wise, it's pretty weird, but not out of the ordinary for Corpse Party, which doesn't make it any better. With Miss Yui calling him cute. Mayu then speaks up and proposes the name should be better and instead suggests the name Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday. That's the name of the game! Then everyone clapped and hey, they actually did.
Sachiko no Hysteric Birthday! なんてどうかな?
Sachiko likes the name and Ayumi whispers to them to play along with it and try to escape. It's a pretty solid plan. She has her mischievous thinking smug face while she says this. The birthday then officially begins with foghorns.
Hysteric Birthday!
And then Sachiko starts rapping a song. This is actually what happens.
なんだこの音は？ラップ？なんでラップ？令状だけにラップ。
Sachiko then names the first activity a nice romantic comedy. So that can only go well. With chapter 0 done, the party officially begins. 1 starts, well, right where 0 left off, with Sachiko explaining romantic comedy. Yoshiki is worrying about what role he's going to have in this. Yoshikazu begins handing out each student a script book, with the title being Heavenly Host Elementary Harem School Days. The great love-love maneuver, yep, we really are in hell. Yoshiki starts reading the cast and is surprised to find Sachiko is a part of it as well, along with some other students he doesn't know, like Toko. Reading the end of it, he finds out the story is just Satoshi getting every single girl in the cast for no reason. With Sachiko then explaining that romantic harem comedies, it's just the main guy being popular with all the girls, for no reason. In which, yeah, she's kind of right. But then next question is, how does a ghost girl from a time before harem comedies existed have knowledge of them? Yoshiki then lets slip the real reason he's annoyed, which is his crush Ayumi is part of the harem. She, however, has no objection since she has a crush on Satoshi. Neither does Naomi since she also has a crush on Satoshi. Then Yoshiki asks Yuka, Satoshi's sister. Yeah, what about you, Yuka? Yuka, his youngest sister. Surely you should have an issue with it, you little freak. Yui is also a part of this harem, but explains it's better than any of Heavenly Host's scary stuff, which, yeah, she's right. Everybody is fine with it apart from Yoshiki, who makes his opinion on it all very, very clear. Yoshiki, in truth, just doesn't want Shinozaki to be close with Satoshi. But he plays it off like this is all beneath him. Sachiko informs him he was never in the script anyway. Shimada, the creep, also objects to the play, stating Satoshi is a plain-ass nobody with no special traits whatsoever. Moshige then proposing since he's a theatre kid, he should be the lead, with him literally repeating word for word his roasting. This game really making fun of how bland and boring Satoshi is, in which he used to be one of my faves as a kid. So does that say more about me back as a wee lad having bad taste? And then when you think about it further in this, is this an inside joke about the writers? And the writers themselves, in which they're making fun of their own writing as not giving something or anything personality-wise to Satoshi. So they're making fun of their own writing skills as being weak?
Okay.
Then Sachiko butts in annoyed with Yoshiki for going against her plans and being mean. So she has another idea, a custom-designed escape room scenario in Heavenly Host, and if they make it to the goal, the person who escapes can bring one other person to escape with, and escape their cursed fate in Heavenly Host. And this is where the game gets really weird, and doesn't stop being weird. The game cuts to a new character in an interesting costume called Azusa, looking for someone called Ran. Now we've never met this character, so I have no idea who they are, but I do like the design. Azusa then does a prayer which gets snuffed out by the curse of the school. Then Ran explains in third person who they are. A second year at St. Cruz Girls Academy, so a new school in the lore of Corpse Party. And her wife, who's the same grade and a schoolmate, so married young. Okay, we're getting religion mentioned in Corpse Party now, in which I've called this a lewd horror. So this game could be a wee bit controversial, but let's just go along with the ride, and I'm saving my ass, so I'll quickly read out this disclaimer. In case of a possible investigation by any federal entity or similar, such as spiritual entities, I do not have any involvement with this game's story or with its characters or themes in it. I do not know how I am here. I was most likely added by a third party. And I must say, I do not support any actions by the characters of this group. Nothing more, nothing less. I do not partake in any illegal or sinful actions that they have decided to commit in this game. I am simply a bystander, reporting on the video game for educational purposes. Ran then clears up that she isn't actually Azusa's legal wife, which, yeah, that helps a lot. But now the other question is, why does Ran call Azusa her wife? Azusa warns her of vengeful spirits close by who have accepted the darkness. Ran claims their love will be their guide. Azusa then says nothing can run deeper or stronger than the love of my lord. Damn, she friend-zoned her with God. Ran then wants to smell the scent of her hair, so she does, and she faints with a contented sigh. Well, that was a very informative cutaway from the main cast to see those characters who we have never seen in other Corpse Party games. They're from the next one, in which, if I'm remembering correctly, they're barely in Blood Drive anyway, but back to the main cast. Yoshiki is planning to compete in this escape game and take Ayumi back to safety, even telling Satoshi straight up that's his plan. While Satoshi is trying to warn him that this game isn't going to end well for him at all. Shinozaki, hearing this, gets annoyed at Yoshiki for trying to rescue her, saying he's ruining her plan to play along with Sachiko and find a way to escape, then insulting him, calling him an amateur, and he should shut up. Like, I'd understand for Seiko and Naomi, but Yoshiki, please save yourself. She just called you an amateur. Oh well, Blood Drive makes this ship anyway. He tells Sachiko to count him in, which makes Sachiko happy, which is never a good sign. Okay, wait, what? Nana has a crush on Yoshiki now? I mean, of course she does. Moshige also intends to take part in this escape room scenario with the goal of saving Mayu, who could have guessed? Which, unlike Ayumi, she is A-okay with. Only making sure he comes back A-okay. She, however, has the feeling she will never see him again. So he would be like Kano way then. Then we have Shimada, the creepy F-boy, who also wants to take part and be the first person, getting a bonus if he makes it. He calls over to Toko, telling her if he makes it, he's taking her back, and expects something in return. If he does, then okay, I'm sorry. I know they made Shimada a creep and having bad thoughts. YouTube, don't censor me, please. But the slurping sound? That effect was not needed. We got the point pretty clearly without needing to hear weird slurping sounds in my ear. Nah. Kizami then notices what's happening and intervenes, making Toko blush and asks if he's taking part, which he has zero interest in at all. He then praises his ego, calling him more mature than the other boys, something that confuses him because of what his siblings told him in the past. Toko, though, finds it cute, and then has bad thoughts about giving Kizami something in return.
What about Tifa? Thinking naughty thoughts?
Oh, shut up.
Busted! ゆうやにこんなこと考えてたなんて言えないよ。
Well, you'd hope not, Toko. Telling people that would be weird. You'd never do that publicly. While this was happening, Shimada had already started the escape scenario, and we get another slurping MP3 sound in my ear.
切り裂きのやつ
And he starts before he was told to, which results in him instantly falling into a pit trap and being killed.
いきなり落とし穴だ島田
Sachiko then explains that cheating results in death. The rest of the classmates have just realized that someone has died, which wasn't meant to be possible according to Sachiko, learning a valuable lesson. Don't oppose Sachiko or you die. Kurosaki, however, comes to the conclusion that either way, once this day ends, they go back to the time loop of death and suffering, so is going to participate to take this chance to escape. Roy, best character in the game, also agrees to take part, himself having the feeling of the longer they stay, the more likely they are to suffer a miserable fate. If each of them choose a different person to save, they will be able to save all of Byakudan High School students, apart from Shimada. Izami will also have to take part though, something he does not want to do. Kurosaki intends to save Mitsuki, his crush, looking towards her. Mitsuki gets the wrong idea though, and also agrees to take part in the challenge, shocking Roy into Kurosaki, as they both have a crush on her. Emi, the other Byakudan student, realizes that without Shimada there isn't a way to save everyone. Tateyama and Okawa instead are playing a dating game. Yoshikazu then drags a TV that will display all of the escape game for those who aren't playing. You may have noticed at this point that the escape room has technically become the romantic comedy. Though, oh look, another character who hasn't been shown in the game. I have no idea who they are, but I like their design. Naho actually tells us who Aiko is, in which they're an information dealer who collects spirit items and likes money and is ambitious, so it's me. They both start arguing with each other, Aiko in a light-hearted teasing way, and Naho just being Naho, insufferable. Why is she here? Well, Sachiko wants to be a commentator. Naho then berates Aiko about the place she has been summoned to, which Aiko then thankfully turns it back on her. Aiko calling out Naho's shite and guilt-tripping thank you. Aiko is only here temporarily though and cannot rescue them and will return home safe afterwards. She then references all the times she's apparently saved Naho, in which Aiko really was just after a rare spirit item each time, but that's just smart. Work harder, not smarter. Wait a minute. Aiko then tells us all the information on Shimada and how he's really just the worst, calling him a sad sack, but I take offense in using the word sad sack. I'm a happy sack boy. They even mark his survival knife, which is funny because he's dead, so that didn't come in handy now, did it? Sayaka then says he's a danger to all women, so they don't care that he's dead, which fair enough. Who the hell is this, and why is his face taking up half the screen? Inumaru sounds like a cat name. Okay, Sayaka just called him a stupid dog. Okay, maybe I'm the wrong one here then. And he's been uppercutted. That dude is flying, and his face is full of happiness. He lands, but he's still alive, with Naho describing it as a sudden corkscrew to the solar plexus. Sayaka then describes why she tried killing him, in which they grew up together as neighbors, and he romanticizes her as his childhood friend. Inumaru, while this is happening, is literally shaken in pain until he suddenly isn't, going back to his natural pose. Sayaka then breaks the fourth wall. Wait, game, hello? You did not just reference the next game in your previous game and the manga. The mangas for these games which this character appears in apparently, and what's worse, Blood Drive isn't even out by the time this game is out. It comes a whole 2 years later after this game. Inumaru is convinced that he and Sayaka are dating, which then causes her to call him a dog and corkscrew him again with superhuman strength, aimed at Inumaru's nine tails, in which they were virtually flattened. Now here's a fun game. Guess what nine tails means? So my first thought was his balls. Or is it the nine tails as in his pride? It's really up for interpretation. Inumaru has one more trick up his sleeve though, and a superpower of his own. This time the attack leaves him standing, and he reveals that since he's been attacked by Sayaka so much, he's now immune to the same attack twice. He can literally adapt to injuries. Sayaka instead tries saying that she's already given her heart to Naho, in which Naho kind of outright rejects her. Wow, this game is really rough for like all the characters' relationships, just brutal, especially after Naho is the reason Sayaka dies in these games, but that's neither here nor there. Sayaka starts asking how Inumaru even got here, and he answers a miracle brought about by love. Naho then randomly says Taguchi isn't around anymore, but also specifically includes his age of 29. Did they really have to do him like that? We then get back to the escape room scenario, and it's Seiko with spirits trying to trip her up. Turns out this is a race, and Seiko is in the lead. Now, it's not the best pickup line. But then again, there is no pickup line that's good. Seiko, using her lover Naomi though, manages to push through. She also calls her and Naomi bosom buddies. We don't really need an explanation of that. Going into a classroom, Sachiko announces to Seiko that it's a bread eating challenge.
せっかくのところ悪いけど一気に決めさせてもらうよ。セイコ、頑張って。とりゃー！うりゃー！
Naomi, clever as she's always shown, works out bread eating as in the bread eats you. Naomi calls out to Seiko, but she can't be heard because the volume was turned down. Seiko, however, does sense her calling out to her and jumps away from the bread monster just in time with what she calls the dawn of the bread. However, Seiko, as in every corpse party game so far, always dies.
ポロリ来た来たポロリポロリポロリポロリ
They took everything from us. Again, again, again.
And when Seiko dies, well, it's kind of expected now, so yeah. Naomi handles it well. Sachiko then made a little oopsie-whoopsie and forgot to change the rule of if you died in the first loop, you're still destined to die rule. Kurosaki also managed to avoid ending up bread and makes it further than Seiko, but he finds a massively long plank of wood across a very deep bottomless hole. Mitsuki catches up to him and takes the first step onto the plank of wood, with it getting narrower and darker the more they step on it. Then Fuck You Roy catches up to them, suggesting they stay a distance while on the plank. Kurosaki keeps on moving forward on though, but Yoshikazu suddenly appears from the other end and starts hitting the plank with the hammer. Then Fucky Roy says he's found the resonance frequency and all this. Either way, it means Kurosaki is going to fall and die. Then, oh wait, hold on. There's a narrator now, but that's my job. Have I been replaced in my own video? To save himself, he yells to Sachiko that he gives up. But Hammer Man keeps hammering. However, Kizami appears behind, pissed that he would give up, and straight up Sparta kicks him down the hole to his death.
Kizami! なんでお前が
Kizami has a Freudian slip for thinking Kurosaki as a companion and berates himself for it. Kizami's act being up, but since everyone literally saw him kick Kurosaki down a pit, he goes full serial killer mode. He then gets interrogated for actually joining in the race and reveals he will answer when he takes on a form.
クロイ、あんた本気で言ってるの？こいつは黒崎を蹴り落としたのよ。
分かってる。俺だってこの目で見たんだからな。だが今は言い合いをしている場合じゃない。
袋井の方が状況判断ができているようだな。
キザミ、一つ聞いておきたい。このレースに乗り気でなかったお前がなぜここにいる？
なぜね。
シンプル。それはどういう？
いいだろう。お前たちにも分かりやすい姿となって追い落としてやろう。
Sachiko! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 39 40変身人体模型
And that form is the anatomical model, though it's an outfit. He then says he won't be as kind and does a limit break. Hey! I can't believe this. They made a Final Fantasy reference, this time not me. So not only have they taken narrator, but also my very unsubtle Final Fantasy references. No, I'm not having this. I'm still me. This is my video. I'm the narrator. I make the rules. The future is not set in stone. Essentially, Fuck You Roy gets slammed into by Kizami and falls down the pit dying. Or dying when he hits the bottom. Does it really matter?
美月お前だけは生き残ってくれ美月
Kizami then lights himself on fire and is planning on hugging Mitsuki to death.
熱いぜ熱くて死ぬぜ
My mistake, I should have called this the hottest horror game. That's a good title, actually. I might use that. Mitsuki tries to kick him, but he blocks that impact with his arm. Smart boy. Mitsuki is also smart, though, and comes to the conclusion that she probably isn't going to survive this. So she's going to take Kizami down with her. Wow, okay, Kizami, a bit sexist. Then, to be even more so, he goes on a full rant. This is a parody, yet there's actually people who speak like this online, which is so sad. Mitsuki having avenged their deaths as they fall, Kizami questions her on human feelings, which Mitsuki really doesn't understand either, saying, "We don't understand something, doesn't that make you want to understand it?" Damn, some interesting philosophy here, and it really does make you want to understand the lore and story of Coast Party. And if you want to understand the lore and story of Coast Party, watch all my Coast Party videos and subscribe so you don't miss when the next one is out. We cut back to Azusa now, and they've arrived at the auditorium door, and hey ho, they are part of the story officially. And meet everyone. But she recognizes Yoshiki and calls him Sir Knight. How? I don't know, we will probably find out. Moroshige and Yoshiki have entered a classroom with boxes lying in front of them, and inside was a sexy maid outfit. And here we go, where the madness begins. Enjoy everyone, it doesn't stop from here. The outfit has cat ears though, so that's cute. Without wearing the outfit, they can't continue on to the next room, and Sachiko, well, she confirms this. Yoshiki opens his box, and inside is a wedding outfit. They decide, or we decide, to exchange outfits. So Yoshiki wears the maid outfit and Moroshige the wedding one. As they continue on, however, Moroshige walks right into razor-sharp piano wire, cutting himself in half, severed from the torso.
にもまた障害があるに決まっている森重森重
However, Yoshiki also breaks the rules and walks into piano wire, which was shown live to all the people in the room. So that's pretty traumatizing. Sachiko reminds them, however, that she believes you should always follow the rules, always. Then the plot remembers Yuka exists shit, and she says such useful information as telling Satoshi she needs to pee. We were so close, so very close that I almost forgot Yuka's entire existence is just one big damn pee fetish. And I was happy for once that I'd forgotten this. But now I guess I'm going to have to talk about piss, pee, or urine if you fancy once again. And that's just great. This guy talks about pissing in games. Let's just get this over with. Pee. Yuka doesn't actually go to the toilet, so it's all pointless. And Sachiko says she likes Satoshi because he's obedient. And tells him if they put on a romantic comedy for her, she can bring everyone who died back, even reminding them they have all already died in here multiple times in a time loop. And to bring them back, all she has to say is, "Okay, back to starting positions everybody, nice job," with a star emoji. As this is happening though, someone wins the race. Inumaru wearing a weird dress. Crosses the finish line, that dress turns out to be Sayaka's favourite dress, it being a birthday present from her mother. Sachiko is just in pure shock and silence that someone has won this race when it was pretty much rigged for them all to die. It turned out Inumaru is basically a tank role and just has this stupidly high vitality, probably from being assaulted by Sayaka so much. Aiko though gives another answer. Since he hasn't died here before, he's not guaranteed to die in any way like the others. And his lineage, which means there's more to this weirdo than we thought. Inumaru, for winning, gets to go home and obviously wants to bring Sayaka. But Sayaka is the biggest idiot ever and doesn't agree to go with him. So honestly, she deserves her death-in-law. I don't care. You get the chance to escape and you stay because of your friend, who's the reason you die anyway. Deserved. So Inumaru, despite wanting to stay, gets sent back to the living world.
理解してないし、大きなお世話ありえないから生理的に無理だし。だから言ったでしょ、幸子ちゃん。うん、幸子、今最高の気分。というわけだから、一人で帰ってね。犬丸お兄。それなら残る方がいいから。
Satoshi, seeing that Sachiko did honor her agreement though, agrees to take part in the romantic comedy. So everybody gets brought back alive, each person having a lovely reunion. The dead not remembering themselves dying. Except Seiko, who has just kind of accepted she dies a lot. And Yoshiki is back alive, seeing him dead really hurt me personally. It's at this point I realize I've been saying the name Yoshiki wrong, it's Yoshiki. But in my defense, I've always called him Yoshiki, so I can't exactly change that now, and no one but Satoshi even says his name like that, and it's so rare he even does.
この子私の名前知ってどういうこと？私も岸沼くんもこの子と以前に会ってるってことなの？というわけで、幸子は約束通り元に戻したからね。
And with that done, the first chapter of this weird-ass game is also complete, with Sachiko now wanting to see every romantic comedy trope. However, before we go to the next chapter, we gotta go over all the mistakes the player can make in the wrong ends. The first wrong end you can get in Sachiko's birthday is the Seiko bread eating challenge. This time, if we don't choose to warn Seiko, she doesn't get the feeling of Naomi calling out to her, and the bread monster bites down onto her head and eats her. What's cool about these wrong ends is Sachiko's face actually changes depending on how she feels about each end. This one being a neutral smile. Sometimes though she's annoyed, sad, or very happy. The next wrong end is when Kurosaki is about to walk across the plank but decides not to, which annoys Sachiko, which causes that squishy yucky sound, which I don't know what that is. Then he swears he saw octopus tentacles coming out from under the floor. Oh no, Ghost Party, don't.
That's why I'll never forgive the Japanese!
Yep, the tentacles have taken hold of Mitsuki and Fukuroi, and in typical tentacle fashion have begun exploring them. Well, I wasn't lying this time about the video title. Take a note of that. Here at Cyberlocky channel, you get what the title promises. In this case, it's only just beginning. And it's tentacles. Yeah, my brand is screwed. Piss, corpse, tentacles, it's just not a good look, is it? Kurosaki, instead of apologizing, which would stop all this, has a man thought. Going full on perv, and the more he waits, the more pervy it will get. I'm really trying to skirt around describing this in a way that is a-okay. Essentially, Kurosaki's brain is now filled with naughty thoughts. But Kurosaki starts pretending he has pride and he will not apologize.
この黒崎健介を侮ってもらっては困るな。誰が謝るか。脅せば何でも言うことを聞くと思うなよ。
It's funny how the action of stare is voiced out. Fukuroi coming to the same conclusion of Kurosaki and is also going into perv mode.
その通りだ、健介。お前が謝る必要はない。確かに 俺や美月の置かれた状況は苦しい。だがお前が脅しに屈して謝る道理はない。ごまん
However, they are obviously in pain because they're getting crushed by tentacles. Mitsuki is obviously not on the same wavelength and is confused and demanding for him to apologize for her sake and not just to appease Sachiko. Kurosaki counters back to endure it for the greater good. Bakyu Roy, for once in any of these games, is super passionate and tells Kurosaki that no matter what, he must never say those deeming words.
健介、いくら俺や美月のためとはいえ、あんな屈辱的な言葉を言う必要はないぞ。
Kurosaki continues his passionate speech about having to fight while Ugoling the tentacle situation, which continues advancing to further stages of weirdness, and he's just loving the sight of it, but he's also in utter agony since the tentacles are increasing their tightening grip around them. He then states that he will literally die. Let this be known, that gunas or men will literally risk pain and death to be perverts. We really are weak-minded creatures.
だから耐えてくれ、美月さん。
渡らなかったこと許してあげる。
あ、そうなの？
落とさないでよ。
落とされないと分かってても、なかなかに怖いものがあるな。これは。
Mitsuki, however, accurately is not amused, and her negative emotions lead to the darkening, which for once is correct in that Kurosaki did want to see her suffer and did ignore her pleas. He enjoyed her predicament and was watching excitedly, and for that he must suffer, in which Mitsuki pushes Kurosaki down the pit to his death.
足が折れちまったみたいだ。戦わなければならない時とはいえ、無理しすぎたかな。
何が戦わなければならない時だ。ごめんね、黒崎。え？どうしてもさっきのあなたを許せなくて。
美月さん。
As he falls to his demise, he has a look of satisfaction, feeling content in his death, because in his mind, it was the most badass death in Heavenly Host, and he died seeing something mighty fine. I mean, he's not wrong that technically it's the best death in Corpse Party so far, since you feel the way you die for eternity. However, most badass, we're not going to give him that much credit. Oh, so Sachiko did not like this ending at all. Cool little thing. I wonder if most people noticed, or am I just special? The last wrong end in Chapter 1 is something that will be burned into your brain forever. Back with Moshige and Yoshiki in the outfit room. This time they don't switch and wear the intended clothing. Unknown to them, Taguchi was also in the dress-up challenge room, recording live everything that was happening. So Mayu sees Moshige in the maid outfit. They help each other get changed, and Mayu then thinks back to seeing them help each other in one of the extra ends in the first game. Cool callback. As Moshige wears the maid outfit though, he starts beginning to act like a maid, begging Yoshiki to punish him or he will go mental. And he's been such a tease. Him now imagining the punishments he might inflict upon himself, making Moshige's body numb with delight and begging him to spank his ass. What the actual fuck?
Hey guys, welcome back to another Minecraft episode.
Yeah. Yoshiki works out that the costume is what's possessing Moshige and tries ripping it off of him. See, this is why you hide your fetishes and don't put them in videos or games on YouTube. On a YouTube channel that originally made Lego videos. After Yoshiki rips the maid costume off, Moshige thanks him and is glad no one else could see what was happening. Unfortunately, they hear Taguchi and he informs them he was doing a live broadcast of everything. Then Mai speaks over the loudspeaker and Moshige realizes that she has seen all that has happened, which causes him to go, once again, a little bit insane. Funny enough, quote the exact words he says in the first game when he finds out he was lusting over Mayu's remains. So he goes a wee bit mad, of course, and Yoshiki then takes his phone to take a picture of them to help him calm down. But as we know, or if you don't know, you do now, you never take Moshige's phone. Moshige then asks Yoshiki if he saw what was on the phone, Yoshiki not understanding he's talking about his gallery of corpses, instead thinking it was just the picture he took. So obviously he saw, because he's in the photo. Which Moshige, thinking his fetish was discovered, goes even more crazy. Well, this is a fine how'd you do. He then runs to the woods. Oh my god, wait, finally. We're going to get to see the corpse party woods. I foreshadowed and hinted about these mysterious woods, and we always see it, but we never get to go. Oh wow, they look so dark and treaty. Moshige, now in the heavenly host woods, thinks in his mind what everyone will say about him with phrases such as, I never knew you were into that. And not only does he wear women's clothes, he's also a total pervert. We've all got some fetishes, but that was some serious S&M. Now imagining no one will believe him if he says he was possessed by a spirit, saying it's like a comedy of errors, a true masterpiece of the absurd. That's a perfect way to describe not just the game, but the entire Corpse Party franchise after Blood Covered. Yoshiki then catches up, not yet out of the wedding dress, looking for Moshige, unable to find him, in the forest. A forest designed for people to get lost in. As if that's not every forest. Suddenly though, Satoshi speaks through, telling Yoshiki to listen to him carefully, saying things are even more dire there, as we hear Ayumi struggling to breathe. He then explains she started hyperventilating so badly, she passed out and won't wake up. Why? Well, because the very dress Yoshiki is wearing is a Shinozaki heirloom passed down for generations. And so in trying to save Ayumi, Yoshiki has caused her death. Sachiko then taunts him like a Batman Arkham game over.
Too easy. Played you like a violin and cut your strings. Nighty-night, bats.
And that's the wrong end, called Brides Have It Tough. You may have noticed the wrong ends in this game sometimes go a bit longer and go into a lot more detail, which means this video as a whole could be the longest one. I don't know, thankfully every single wrong end in this game is pretty entertaining though. Except for some. And we pick right up with them agreeing to do the romantic comedy for Sachiko. All the theatre kids are bragging about being in the drama club and bonding. Ew. Azusa keeps calling Yoshiki Sir Knight. Then he remembers that they may have met somewhere, but his memory is hazy. Sachiko then insults Yoshiki, but his reactions amuse her, so he's going to be participating despite having zero acting skills. Yoshiki, insults Sachiko a bit, and well, that's never a good thing. So Sachiko picks up a Bunsen burner and makes Yoshiki remember one of his deaths, which is burning alive. It breaks Yoshiki pretty quickly, and he does this. And he agrees to do the show. Okay, now knowing Sachiko is the VA for Pikachu, that was straight up just a Pikachu sound. Nari and Nana then ask if Moshige and Mayu are a couple. Azusa and Ran then join in. We aren't just surrounded in a room of theatre kids, but in a room of shippers. Pure devil spawn, I would know. Mayu then reminds Yoshiki Ayumi is in the audience, which makes him happier, which everyone notices. Moshige asks the very important question, do they actually have a script for this performance? And Sachiko surprisingly does, and a lot of them.
あの化け物どこに行ったんだあいつが持っているのは紙の束か
いいかすごく迷ったんだから幸子さんが用意した脚本って
嫌な予感しかしないな
さこの中から選んで
So we get to pick from Romeo and Juliet, Princess Kaguya, I probably didn't say that right, a horror story, Sentai Heroes Kids Show, or these all suck. So we start with Romeo. Moshige plays Romeo and spots a fair maiden being Sachiko's Juliet, oh no. Yoshiki and me are having the same thought process, kindred souls, I guess. But he points out, and so do I, that she's a dead spirit of an elementary school girl. Moshige responds in drama, trivial concerns such as age and social standing are cast aside. Yeah, wouldn't hold up in court, buddy. So they dance, and then the play continues on till the ending where, spoilers, Juliet takes medicine that makes her appear dead. Romeo, unable to live without her, takes poison to die as well, in which Juliet wakes up, falls into despair, and this time does take poison. Classic Romeo and Juliet, what people call a great love story for some reason, sick freaks. Somehow, Romeo, then seeing Juliet dead for real, stabs himself with a knife, since he wasn't actually dead. Then shockingly, Juliet awakens and finds Romeo is actually dead this time, and reveals it was all part of a plan to bring Romeo's bloodline to an end and for her family to rule. Not gonna lie, actually a more creative and better ending than Romeo and Juliet, I mean what can I say? It's a good readaptation. Then Moshige acts pure purist and claims this is not Romeo and Juliet. Well, no, because it's better. So we try the Sentai Heroes script, and it's very, very childish.
篠崎幸子
The horror story goes about as well as you think it would. So they say they are all terrible, and the writer is revealed to be Kizami, in which all of his stories have a common theme of death. Go figure. Sachiko decides though she wants something more fun, so Kizami gets dragged out by Yoshikazu. Sachiko then decides she wants to write a detective story. So auditions happen and they practice with Moshige, taking it very serious. So serious, he slaps Sachiko.
ダメだ幸子にビンタをかましやがった
I know he was crazy, but I didn't see that coming. He slapped her so hard it literally echoed. And Yoshiki missed rehearsals. Why? Because he went on a journey of self-discovery, and that's all we need to know apparently. Then they actually have a trailer for this play performance.
これより劇団さっちゃんと楽しい仲間たちによる演劇携帯電話をお持ちの方は電源を消すかまずは出演者たちの準備の間に
PV まで作ったのか。
無駄に本格的ね。突如起こった謎の殺人事件。次々に浮かび上がる容疑者、裏でうごめく陰謀。
あいつの日本史の教科書に落書きしてやるぜ。石に全部ヒゲを描いてやる。うわー！フランシスコ・ザビエルが顔の上半分は毛が足りないのに下半分がもっさりに。
解けない謎、絡み合う欲望。コンビニで新作のスイーツを買ってきたよ。美味しそうね。でもなんで人は食べると太ってしまうの？そしてついに彼らはあの人物に助けを求める。もしもし、これは霊界探偵さっちゃんの電話番号でよかったですね。うちではそんなラーメンは売ってかける電話番号を間違えたわ。やべえ、落ち着け。新感覚ホラーミステリー、霊界探偵さっちゃん Coming soon.
After the hype trailer ends, it's announced that everything shown in the trailer may actually be completely different to the actual play, making everything shown pointless. The actual play starts with Nana finding Yoshiki the victim dead, so his entire role is playing a dead body that cannot move or speak. Yoshiki is having some inner monologue about this, stating he even did vocal exercises despite not having a single line. The others arrive to find his body and Moshige first takes a picture. He's also very much overacting. So to investigate, they summon the spirit world investigator Sachi, not that Sachi. So Sachi appears as a champion for justice.
安心して、幸子は正義の味方よ。
As the play continues on, Yoshiki is battling with himself over how stupid it is that he just gonna lie here and do a play for an evil spirit. Investigator Sachi notices on the body's fingers that he has written a W in his blood. She then announces she's solved the mystery. Nana. She discovered the body and she's the only one with a W in her full name.
この事件の関係者の中で W を名前に持つ者は小笠原奈々。小笠原。
Then she argues about the English alphabet. And Sachi is wrong. She says she makes mistakes and folded under the first sign of pushback. So they go back and then 2 seconds later, she solved it again. But she needs everyone to turn up their shirts and show them their waists. Not one chapter can we go without this. Since W means waist, everyone was fine with it except for Nari, who refuses to do it, so Nana and Chihaya grab Nari and do it for her, even bringing a tape measure for some reason, when they're meant to be looking for injuries. Turns out Nari put on weight, which broke a promise between them, and her reason is completely fair and understandable. Then Azusa gives some useful information on dieting.
磨く上でダイエットは避けては通れない道よね。スイーツの誘惑に負けているようでは一流の女にはなれなくてよ。ところで、ナリちゃんの腰に犯人を示す傷や印はあったのかしら？
Back to the point though, no one has injuries, so the waist proof is void. We cut back with Yoshiki once again lying, still playing dead, and his patience is wearing thin. Sachiko thinks back to her evidence and comes to a new conclusion. The victim's message wasn't a W, so they all gather again. But everyone is getting pretty tired of being gathered. And this time, it's that W is actually kanji for mountain, which is Yama, in which Chihaya's second name is Yamase. which she then argues about stroke order, in which there's no way to accidentally write a W, so Sachiko was wrong again. Then we go back, and she calls them back. And then she says it was Morishige, who then instantly does an overacted evil laugh.
よく俺が犯人だと分かったな。
So he reveals his motivation for the crime, a crime of passion, because Yoshiki doodled in his history textbook, which was only shown in the trailer before the play. Kurosaki and the audience suspected him after weirdly taking a picture of his corpse, though strangely, although he does have an alibi which proves he couldn't have done it, he still admitted to it. Sachiko, getting annoyed at everyone, says she might as well just kill everybody, which pleases Kizami and the audience, hoping for a spectacular dance of death.
いいぞ幸子。これまで見たこともない死の乱舞。命のひらめきを見せてくれ。
Then Sachiko remembers the other person who begins with an M. And Mayu steps forward, the true criminal, and someone who has never been shown in this whole play. I guess it would make more sense realistically. Everyone is confused though, since she's not in the cast of characters. Mayu says this is a narrative trick, but she's just dumb. Maybe in a piece of a slasher film this logic would work, but a high esteemed play? Nah. Morishige was covering for her, which is why he admitted it. Then Mayu's reasoning for killing Yoshiki is because of the love triangle between them. Wait, what? I didn't cover this in my relationship chart. When did this happen? Mayu reveals it was after the extra ending caused party blood covered when Morishige lost his glasses and Yoshiki helped him walk. They even show it this time. And Mayu mistook them for lovers. Morishige rejects this idea very strongly, saying he's always treasured her, and Sachiko gives some wisdom that cuts very deep. Many spirits have crossed my path, but amongst them the most fearsome is man, or something. Wow. The idiots in the audience, though, didn't get any of it, despite it being a pretty simple to understand play. Hey, wait, I was right, it was a crime of passion. Sachiko then waits for applause. And Yoshikazu is the first to clap and scream very loudly, which everyone else catches on to and applauds the play because honestly, it wasn't even that bad. It was pretty dumb, but it really wasn't as confusing as they say. Sachiko loves the praise, and Yoshiki is still playing dead. Naho, being the insufferable thing she is, doesn't accept the ending, claiming everything didn't make sense. Again, it really wasn't that complicated. Mayu got jealous over a misunderstanding, killing Yoshiki, and Morishige found out, and he also loved her, so he covered for her. And that's it. Like, Naho claims to be a writer, apparently. Sachiko basically says, does Naho want to die? And Naho, with the light of the 7 stars, tries to exorcise Sachiko. Which Sachiko rightfully taunts the egotistical maniac for acting like an amateur spirit medium could take her. Sachiko, though, was still in a good mood despite Naho's attempt failing massively. She then says the play was really fun, but now she wants to do an actual romantic comedy. And Yoshiki is still playing dead forever. Notice the writer of this one. They are one of the good people, who don't have a messed up mind. The next one, though, whoa. But before we get onto that, here's the wrong ends of chapter 2. The first wrong end is when going through all the stories, Yoshiki suggests his own story himself. After Sachiko says she wants to do a romantic comedy. So in Yoshiki's story, a girl named Sachiko attended a school but was running late. She bumps into someone else though, Morishige, an upperclassman, who helps her out, which causes Sachiko to fall in love. Side note, I love that classical music theme in this game that when Morishige is always speaking it plays. Sachiko's friends picked up on her crush, in which she reveals it's Morishige, which they encourage her to pursue. So Sachiko lets Morishige know and tends to, but while hiding around a corner, she spots him already having a crush on his dear sweet Mayu. Morishige gets annoyed at the lines Yoshiki wrote for him, calling them embarrassing. But Yoshiki tells him that's how his interactions appear to the outside world. Sachiko mad with jealousy and unable to compete with upper class people. But then Yoshiki and Ayumi help speak to Sachiko, who in the school were rumored to be madly in love with one another. Sachiko then reveals the boy she likes already likes another, before explaining how Yoshiki and Ayumi got to be such a perfect couple. Yoshiki then begins explaining how they started dating, which started with Ayumi confessing.
私から告白したのよね。岸沼くんのことが好きですって。
ああ、そうだったな。
Moshige, obviously seeing what's going on and how the plot has turned into an Ayushiki shipper's wet dream, tells him to keep his fantasies in his head, but he keeps trying to deny it as a coincidence that it was her role. However, back to the story, Ayumi tells her to just go and have the courage and confess. So she does and says, "I'm in love with you," which Moshige accepts her feelings. And so the play ends with a new second contender for the role of best couple. The school was born. Not exactly a comedy. Ayumi, however, has caught on to what's going on and confronts Yoshiki about the story having them confess randomly. She even says what's unpleasant in reality is just as unpleasant in fiction. Which, yeah, she kinda right, but not about Yoshiki, come on! Sachiko, however, butts in to say she really likes the script, with Ayumi having to play her part. Yoshiki is obviously amazed at this, and the play is performed. So this is a wrong end. Somehow. This seems better than every other end. Sachiko also such a shipper. The next wrong end happens if Yoshiki keeps defying the script, stopping the play and ruining the immersion, with everyone needing to calm him down as he's demanding Sachiko to send him back to his own world, with even audience members holding down Yoshiki. In the last part, when he defies, they start improvising with him, returning from the dead, with Yoshiki providing the final plot twist in the play, that he was playing dead the whole time with a medicine that made him appear dead. Hey, wait a minute. They used the same trick for the Romeo and Juliet script. Yoshiki's goal to lure Spirit World investigator Sachi to the living world, as he's a famous demon hunter. Seiko really likes this plot development.
被害者のふりをしてさっちゃんをおびき寄せるなんてずいぶん思い切った設定だわね。霊界探偵 VS タイムマシンなんて超展開。なんだかワクワクしてきちゃった。
Then the next twist is revealed. Azusa and Ran are also demon hunters, who were pretending to be her allies. Sachiko pleads all she wanted to do was help humans. But however she's a ghost, her fate is always to be hated by humans. Yoshikazu then appears on stage and they return to where they belong. The story ends with the demon hunters vowing to protect everyone from the spirits. Yoshiki looks to see the reactions of everyone and is surprised since every single one of them is feeling sorry for Sachiko, being bullied for being an evil spirit.
悲しい結末だったな。なんだか人事とは思えない。
だな。ある意味人助けをしようとしたわけだから、それを退治するってのはちょっとな。
おいおい、なんでみんな幸子に同情してんだよ。幸子は悪霊で、俺たちを苦しめてる張本人だろうが。
Ayumi then berates him for forgetting Sachiko as a child, and Yoshiki realizes everything he did was for absolutely nothing, and he goes a bit mad.
俺の努力は一体。チクショー！
And we pick right at them agreeing to do the romantic comedy for Sachiko. All the theatre kids are bragging about being in the drama club and bonding. Ew. Azusa keeps calling Yoshiki Sir Knight. Then he remembers that they may have met somewhere, but his memory is hazy. Sachiko then insults Yoshiki, but his reactions amuse her, so he's going to be participating despite having zero acting skills. Yoshiki, insults Sachiko a bit, and, well, that's never a good thing. So Sachiko picks up a Bunsen burner and makes Yoshiki remember one of his deaths, which is burning alive.
俺はあのガスバーナーに見覚えがある。どこかで。そうだ。あれは、俺が死んだ時の。
He breaks Yoshiki pretty quickly, and he does this. And he agrees to do the show. Okay, now knowing Sachiko is the VA for Pikachu, that was straight up just a Pikachu sound. Nari and Nana then ask if Moshige and Mayu are a couple. Azusa and Ran then join in. We aren't just surrounded in a room of theatre kids, but in a room of shippers. Pure devil spawn, I would know. Mayu then reminds Yoshiki Ayumi is in the audience, which makes him happier, which everyone notices. Moshige asks the very important question, do they actually have a script for this performance? And Sachiko surprisingly does, and a lot of them.
あの化け物、どこに行ったんだ？あいつが持っているのは紙の束か？
がいいかすごく迷ったんだから。幸子さんが用意した脚本って。
嫌な予感しかしないな。
さ、この中から選んで。
So we get to pick from Romeo and Juliet, Princess Kaguya, I probably didn't say that right, a horror story, Sentai Heroes Kids Show, or these all suck. So we start with Romeo. Moshige plays Romeo and spots a fair maiden being Sachiko's Juliet, oh no. Yoshiki and me are having the same thought process, kindred souls, I guess. But he points out, and so do I, that she's a dead spirit of an elementary schoolgirl. Moshige responds in drama, trivial concerns such as age and social standing are cast aside. Yeah, wouldn't hold up in court, buddy. So they dance, and then the play continues on till the ending where, spoilers, Juliet takes medicine that makes her appear dead. Romeo, unable to live without her, takes poison to die as well, in which Juliet wakes up, falls into despair, and this time does take poison. Classic Romeo and Juliet, what people call a great love story for some reason, sick freaks. Somehow, Romeo, then seeing Juliet dead for real, stabs himself with a knife, since he wasn't actually dead. Then shockingly, Juliet awakens and finds Romeo is actually dead this time, and reveals it was all part of a plan to bring Romeo's bloodline to an end and for her family to rule. Not gonna lie, actually a more creative and better ending than Romeo and Juliet, I mean, what can I say? It's a good readaptation. Then Moshige acts pure purist and claims this is not Romeo and Juliet. Well, no, because it's better. So we try the Sentai Heroes script, and it's very, very childish.
篠崎幸子。
The horror story goes about as well as you think it would. So they say they are all terrible, and the writer is revealed to be Kizami, in which all of his stories have a common theme of death. Go figure. Sachiko decides though she wants something more fun, so Kizami gets dragged out by Yoshikazu. Sachiko then decides she wants to write a detective story. So auditions happen and they practice with Moshige, taking it very serious. So serious, he slaps Sachiko.
お前だ。
ダメだ。幸子にビンタをかましやがった。
I know he was crazy, but I didn't see that coming. He slapped her so hard it literally echoed. And Yoshiki missed rehearsals. Why? Because he went on a journey of self-discovery, and that's all we need to know apparently. Then they actually have a trailer for this play performance.
これより劇団さっちゃんと楽しい仲間たちによる演劇。携帯電話をお持ちの方は電源を消すか、まずは出演者たちの準備の間に本作の PV を見ながら
PV まで作ったのか。
無駄に本格的ね。突如起こった謎の殺人事件。次々に浮かび上がる容疑者、裏でうごめく陰謀。
あいつの日本史の教科書に落書きしてやるぜ。石に全部ヒゲを描いてやる。うわー！フランシスコ・ザビエルが顔の上半分は毛が足りないのに下半分がもっさりに。
解けない謎、絡み合う欲望。コンビニで新作のスイーツを買ってきたよ。美味しそうね。なんで人は食べると太ってしまうの？そしてついに彼らはあの人物に助けを求める。もしもし、これは霊界探偵さっちゃんの電話番号でよかったかしら？うちではそんなラーメンは売ってない。かける電話番号を間違えたわ。やめー！落ち着け！新感覚ホラーミステリー霊界探偵さっちゃん Coming soon.
After the hype trailer ends, it's announced that everything shown in the trailer may actually be completely different to the actual play, making everything shown pointless. The actual play starts with Nana finding Yoshiki, the victim, dead, so his entire role is playing a dead body that cannot move or speak. Yoshiki is having some inner monologue about this, stating he even did vocal exercises despite not having a single line. The others arrive to find his body and Moshige first takes a picture. He's also very much overacting. So to investigate, they summon the spirit world investigator Sachi, not that Sachi. So Sachi appears as a champion for justice.
安心して、幸子は正義の味方よ。
As the play continues on, Yoshiki is battling with himself over how stupid it is that he just gonna lie here and do a play for an evil spirit. Investigator Sachi notices on the body's fingers that he has written a W in his blood. She then announces she's solved the mystery. Nana. She discovered the body and she's the only one with a W in her full name.
この事件の関係者の中で W を名前に持つ者は小笠原奈々。小笠原。
Then she argues about the English alphabet. And Sachi is wrong. She says she makes mistakes and folded under the first sign of pushback. So they go back and then 2 seconds later, she solved it again. But she needs everyone to turn up their shirts and show them their waists. Not one chapter can we go without this. Since W means waist, everyone was fine with it except for Nari, who refuses to do it, so Nana and Chihaya grab Nari and do it for her, even bringing a tape measure for some reason, when they're meant to be looking for injuries. Turns out Nari put on weight which broke a promise between them, and her reason is completely fair and understandable. Then Azusa gives some useful information on dieting.
磨く上でダイエットは避けては通れない道よね。スイーツの誘惑に負けているようでは 一流の女にはなれなくてよ。ところで、なりちゃんの腰に犯人を示す傷や印はあったのかしら？
Back to the point though, no one has injuries, so the waste proof is void. We cut back with Yoshiki once again lying, still playing dead, and his patience is wearing thin. Sachiko thinks back to her evidence and comes to a new conclusion. The victim's message wasn't a W, so they all gather again. But everyone is getting pretty tired of being gathered. And this time, it's that W is actually kanji for mountain, which is Yama, in which Chihaya's second name is Yamase. Which she then argues about stroke order, in which there's no way to accidentally write a W, so Sachiko is wrong again. Then we go back, and she calls them back. And then she says it was Moshige, who then instantly does an overacted evil laugh.
よく俺が犯人だと分かったな。
So he reveals his motivation for the crime, a crime of passion, because Yoshiki doodled in his history textbook, which was only shown in the trailer before the play. Kurosaki in the audience suspected him after weirdly taking a picture of his corpse, though strangely, although he does have an alibi which proves he couldn't have done it, he still admitted to it. Sachiko, getting annoyed at everyone, says she might as well just kill everybody, which pleases Kizami in the audience, hoping for a spectacular dance of death.
いいぞ幸子。これまで見たこともない死の乱舞。命のひらめきを見せてくれ。
Then Sachiko remembers the other person who begins with an M. And Mayu steps forward, the true criminal, and someone who has never been shown in this whole play. I guess it would make more sense realistically. Everyone is confused though, since she's not in the cast of characters. Mayu says this is a narrative trick, but she's just dumb. Maybe in a piece of a slasher film this logic would work, but a high-esteemed play? Nah. Moshige was covering for her, which is why he admitted it. Then Mayu's reasoning for killing Yoshiki is because of the love triangle between them. Wait, what? I didn't cover this in my relationship chart. When did this happen? Mayu reveals it was after the extra ending caused party blood covered when Moshige lost his glasses and Yoshiki helped him walk. They even show it this time. And Mayu mistook them for lovers. Moshige rejects this idea very strongly, saying he's always treasured her, and Sachiko gives some wisdom that cuts very deep. Many spirits have crossed my path, but amongst them the most fearsome is man, or something. Wow. The idiots in the audience though didn't get any of it, despite it being a pretty simple to understand play. Hey wait, I was right, it was a crime of passion. Sachiko then waits for applause. And Yoshikazu is the first to clap and scream very loudly, which everyone else catches on to and applauds the play because honestly, it wasn't even that bad. It was pretty dumb, but it really wasn't as confusing as they say. Sachiko loves the praise and Yoshiki is still playing dead. Naho, being the insufferable thing she is, doesn't accept the ending, claiming everything didn't make sense. Again, it really wasn't that complicated. Mayu got jealous over a misunderstanding, killing Yoshiki, and Moshige found out, and he also loved her, so he covered for her. And that's it. Like, Naho claims to be a writer apparently. Sachiko basically says, does Naho want to die? And Naho, with the light of the 7 stars, tries to exorcise Sachiko. Which Sachiko rightfully taunts the egotistical maniac for acting like an amateur spirit medium could take her. Sachiko though was still in a good mood despite Naho's attempt failing massively. She then says the play was really fun, but now she wants to do an actual romantic comedy. And Yoshiki is still playing dead forever. Notice the writer of this one. They are one of the good people, who don't have a messed up mind. The next one though, whoa. But before we get onto that, here's the wrong ends of chapter 2. The first wrong end is when going through all the stories, Yoshiki suggests his own story himself. After Sachiko says she wants to do a romantic comedy. So in Yoshiki's story, a girl named Sachiko attended a school but was running late. She bumps into someone else though, Moshige, an upperclassman, who helps her out, which causes Sachiko to fall in love. Side note, I love that classical music theme in this game that when Moshige is always speaking it plays. Sachiko's friends picked up on her crush, in which she reveals it's Moshige, which they encourage her to pursue. So Sachiko lets Moshige know and tends to, but while hiding around a corner, she spots him already having a crush on his dear sweet Mayu. Moshige gets annoyed at the lines Yoshiki wrote for him, calling them embarrassing. But Yoshiki tells him that's how his interactions appear to the outside world. Sachiko mad with jealousy and unable to compete with upper class people. But then Yoshiki and Ayumi help speak to Sachiko, who in the school were rumored to be madly in love with one another. Sachiko then reveals the boy she likes already likes another, before explaining how Yoshiki and Ayumi got to be such a perfect couple. Yoshiki then begins explaining how they started dating, which started with Ayumi confessing.
私から告白したのよね。岸沼くんのことが好きですって。
ああ、そうだったな。
Moshige, obviously seeing what's going on and how the plot has turned into an Ayushiki shipper's wet dream, tells him to keep his fantasies in his head, but he keeps trying to deny it as a coincidence that it was her role. However, back to the story, Ayumi tells her to just go and have the courage and confess. So she does and says, I'm in love with you, which Moshige accepts her feelings. And so the play ends with a new second contender for the role of best couple. The school was born. Not exactly a comedy. Ayumi, however, has caught on to what's going on and confronts Yoshiki about the story having them confess randomly. She even says what's unpleasant in reality is just as unpleasant in fiction. Which, yeah, she kinda right, but not about Yoshiki, come on! Sachiko, however, butts in to say she really likes the script, with Ayumi having to play her part. Yoshiki is obviously amazed at this and the play is performed. So this is a wrong end. Somehow. This seems better than every other end. Sachiko also such a shipper. The next wrong end happens if Yoshiki keeps defying the script, stopping the play and ruining the immersion, with everyone needing to calm him down as he's demanding Sachiko to send him back to his own world, with even audience members holding down Yoshiki. In the last part when he defies, they start improvising with him, returning from the dead, with Yoshiki providing the final plot twist in the play, that he was playing dead the whole time with a medicine that made him appear dead. Hey, wait a minute. They used the same trick for the Romeo and Juliet script. Yoshiki's goal to lure Spirit World investigator Sachi to the living world, as he's a famous demon hunter. Seiko really likes this plot development.
被害者のふりをしてさっちゃんをおびき寄せるなんてずいぶん思い切った設定だわね。霊界探偵 vs タイムマシンなんて超展開。なんだかワクワクしてきちゃった。
Then the next twist is revealed. Azusa and Ran are also demon hunters, who were pretending to be her allies. Sachiko pleads all she wanted to do was help humans. But however, she's a ghost, her fate is always to be hated by humans. Yoshikazu then appears on stage and they return to where they belong. The story ends with the demon hunters vowing to protect everyone from the spirits. Yoshiki looks to see the reactions of everyone and is surprised since every single one of them is feeling sorry for Sachiko, being bullied for being an evil spirit.
悲しい結末だったな。なんだか人事とは思えない。
だな。ある意味人助けをしようとしたわけだから、それを退治するってのはちょっとな。
おいおい、なんでみんな幸子に同情してんだよ。幸子は悪霊で、俺たちを苦しめてる張本人だろうが。
Ayumi then berates him for forgetting Sachiko as a child, and Yoshiki realizes everything he did was for absolutely nothing, and he goes a bit mad.
俺の努力は一体。チクショー！
The next chapter is everything wrong about Corpse Party and what the title of this video, whatever it ends up being, relates to the most. So let's start it. Sachiko wants to do a quiz called the Trans Bomb Shelter Ultra Quiz. Ooh, I get the meaning of the name, a transforming bomb shelter. Ooh, I'm dumb. Anyway, the participants are Taguchi, Naho, Sayaka, Inumaru, Aiko, and Kibiki himself for the first time appearing in this game. Earthquake happens, then they wake up in this abandoned bomb shelter together, with Sayaka being a bit rude. Sayaka actually remembers the bomb shelter a bit from some of her previous Heavenly Host memories. So everyone is around together, but Kibiki is somehow missing. And Naho is freaking out badly. The piece of paper is in Aiko's pocket and she opens it up with a set of instructions for all of them. Reading it, the paper mentions Kibiki. Before Aiko continues though, she wants money basically. Aiko teases them for a bit and teases Taguchi about Kibiki, and it kind of backfires though when Taguchi gets excited at Aiko calling him by his first name.
Shogo-san? いやー、こんなに若くて可愛い子にそんな風に呼ばれるなんてなんだか新鮮だな。
ツッコミどころはそこじゃないと思いますけど、鼻の下伸ばしすぎだし気持ち悪い。
気持ち悪い？そんななほちゃん。
それに田口さん、若くて可愛いという点では丹羽さんよりさやかの方が断然勝ってますよ。
君のツッコミどころも相当おかしいぞ。
とにかく先生を田口さんと取り合うとかありえない。バカなこと言ってないで早く書いてあること読み上げて。
Aiko then finishes reading and it turns out Kibiki is actually the prize for the quiz, so they're playing for him. Then a monitor appears with Sachiko and Kibiki on it, with Sachiko then explaining exactly what we just read. This chapter has a big problem in which the characters will discuss something and then 2 seconds later discuss the same thing over and over again. But Sachiko does explain that in this quiz, it's a group effort. So the score is shared between all of them, requiring them as a team to get enough points to free Kibiki. And as a bonus, the next loop being the next day, they will all have the advantage of starting in the same dimension. However, if they don't get enough points, Sachiko is going to do whatever she wants to Mr. Kibiki. Aiko then explains the number of points required to get the prize is 427, which is a lot. It's also Sachiko's favourite number. The reason being you can pronounce the digits in Japanese as drop dead. Then Naho starts ragging on about Taguchi having 0 spiritual abilities and being the least useful person, calling him only a cameraman. This continues on with us having the option of calling off your dogs or digging in and insulting him even more. I called off the insults though, because like at this point in time, I didn't think he deserved this from the mid-spirit medium woman. Aiko then weirdly says that's the incorrect answer, and references Naho seeing this as a multiple choice selector in her head.
もっと追い打ちをかけるか、これくらいにしておくかって。確かに考えて選んだけど、でもクイズって初めに問題があるものでしょ。今のは問題が出てきていないし、クイズとして成立していないように思えるけど。
She then tells us that common sense for this quiz simply has no place here. So fuck. Naho then asks why dig in your heels was the proper answer. And Taguchi reveals that he gets excited when Naho is
恥ずかしい話なんだけどね。僕、なほちゃんに暴言を吐かれるの嫌いじゃないんだ。だからもう少し攻めてきてくれてもよかったなとは思うよ。多分そこら辺が理由じゃないかな。
means it was the correct answer for some reason. Inumaru tries saying Sayaka would never act like this towards him. Either way, Naho and us got the question wrong, which means we lost 50 points straight away. A very unfair punishment for the first question that we didn't even know was a question, with Sayaka saying, since this is only the first question, we'll surely be able to turn it around, right? Yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't have the player lose because one question is wrong that wasn't even a question and lead to a wrong end at the end of the chapter after 2 hours. There's no way they would do that. That would be insane.
2 hours later.
Continuing on, Taguchi tries going off on his own and finds Yoshikazu, who starts I don't even know what he's doing. What is that voice line of his right there? Is he tickling him? Oh, he's hitting him with a squeaky hammer. Aiko then explains the weird stuff as Taguchi is not allowed to split up since this is a team thing. We then find out that Sayaka is completely useless here as the bomb shelter can be transformed, so what little she does remember doesn't matter at all. Sayaka wants to go in one direction of the shelter while Aiko is suggesting to go in the other, so ultimately we have to choose which direction we think is best.
ましょうか。私が進みたい左の明るい廊下と。
俺はいつでもさやかの味方だよ。というわけで右の廊下かな。
僕は庭さんの意見に賛成かな。明るい方が気分的に助かるし、柳堀義和も出てこなそうだからね。
さっきピコハンで襲われたの。そんなに怖かったんだ。
いや、まあねえ。
これで2対2ね。なほちゃん、あなたはどちら？私は。
Aiko calls Sayaka out for not knowing and being stubborn, and we go left, the one Aiko suggested. Sayaka takes this personally despite her having no logic in her suggestion, since Aiko's path is well lit, and hers is complete darkness. Sayaka, being dumb, likes Naho's reasoning for choosing Aiko's suggestion over her because we didn't choose Aiko for logic, just to rescue Kabiki as quick as possible. Plus, their bond could never be broken by something like her respecting Aiko's opinion. Yeah, that bond sure led to a good end for Sayaka. We answered correct, so we get 10 points, which isn't exactly a great increase from the -50 we got from the first question, but we take our wins. Naho tells Taguchi to take the lead in case of any traps, which he takes one step and falls into a pitfall trap. Aiko then describes in too much detail what might have happened to him, including skewered alive. Literally while Taguchi is still screaming because he's alive. Aiko, however, is a bit messed up, saying it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see someone get impaled, and to that I say just watch me play Blasphemous, and tempting Taguchi to let go. Okay, Aiko may be a bit messed up in the head, and has deceived me in appearance. But it's not fair, she has purple eyes, that's like one of my kryptonites. Another one is red eyes. They follow Aiko's path and end up in the dissection room, the bloody room with blood. Buckets, chains, and torture devices, and IKEA wooden tables. Aiko was happy because, and I quote, countless pitiful lambs lost their lives here. Then we take control of Inumaru and have to investigate for quiz questions. So first we check Sayaka.
もしかしてさやかの制服にクイズの問題が隠されているかもしれない。いや、その前にさやかの霊力に惹かれて霊的な何かがさやかについてるかもしれない。調べさせてほしい。は
あ、やだ、ちょっと触らないでよ。
いいからいいから。
いや、死ね。
バフン。
ふざけんな、変態。何やってるのよ。
Well, that didn't go well, so we check Sayaka again. Aiko, however, gives us a telling off, so worth.
とそこに正座しなさい。
はい。
あなたがさやかちゃんに好意を抱いていることは誰もが知るところだと思うわ。
え？俺としてはまだまだ伝え足りていないつもりだったのに、みんなよく見てくれているな。
だからさやかちゃんと再会できてあなたがどれだけ嬉しいのかは私もわかるつもり。でもね、さやかちゃんが同じかというと違うでしょ。
え？
さやかちゃんはあなたに触れられたくないし、助けに来てと頼んだわけでもないし、どちらかといえば迷惑だと思っているのよ。
え？いや、そんなことはないよね、さやか。
愛子さんの言う通りだよ。ほら、だからね、あなたはさやかちゃんと適度な距離を保つべきなのよ。
何言ってるんですか、庭さん。それはほら、さやかってツンデレタイプだから、テレ屋さんだから、本気で嫌がってるわけじゃないんですよ。
現実逃避はそれくらいにして 今はクイズを探すことを優先してはどうかしら。
Anyway, we check the buckets first, in which we find a question that says how many buckets are in the room, but we also have a time limit. So we just guess the highest since it's a semi-big room and it's the correct answer. Then surprisingly, Naho and Sayaka are kinda caught up in the moment and actually praise Inumaru, holding onto his arm, and you know things are getting crazy when that music saxophone track plays. Then Sayaka realizes what she's doing and attacks Inumaru. So we then check the locker and find another quiz question, which talks about, wait, what the hell's a piddler? Is that like the Riddler, but instead of riddles, it's piss? So the piddler?
まあ言葉の通りだよ。
言葉の通り、おしっこってそもそも何よ。アイコは知ってる？そう意味じゃないかと思うけれど。
Walk out the door, you see someone that you know and they ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I was joking, it's actually piss. I can't escape my destiny. But we were so close to not having more pee or urine in this game. And they just can't help themselves. Every time. At least this time it's not based around Yuka, I guess. Though earlier she did need to pee again. Taguchi for some reason knows what this is and then explains it as a girl who goes, what the actual, oh my fuck. This game is evil, sin, filth, vile. How can someone actually seriously sit down and admit they put this in your game? How does a human even find out what a piddler is? It's not even the right technical term.
Just tonight, maybe I'll rest in peace.
I've calmed down a bit, processed the video game I'm playing. There's been weird stuff in this game. Humorous stuff though. But this is literally the writer outright telling you his fetish in detail and explaining the context for those damn Yuka scenes that ruined half the games and has me once again explain urination in my horror video game. Let's just continue. It literally can't get worse. Actually, it probably will. Dude's gonna be drinking the apple juice at this point. That's such a horrible image I just put in my head. Wait, is Taguchi just been a stand-in for the writer this whole time? Does that mean he also has a humiliation fetish? Wait, why do I care? They then try finding out who the piddler is, and Aiko mentions Yuka. It's actually going to be Yuka again, isn't it? So was that damn kid. That damn kid. Then Sayaka tells us of when she was peeing, when she pissed herself in Book of Shadows. Like, we're actually just reliving the worst parts of Book of Shadows again. Why are we doing this? I already described this. It's corpse party, not pee party. Someone find a corpse soon, please. They're really calling them pee events now. Is this the true nature of humanity? We guess Yuka, because of course it is, then check the bloodstained table and find another question, which is who in Yakudan was the first to learn of the Sachiko Ever After ritual. Unsurprisingly though, none of these people remember the names of the students. Aiko, however, does remember, but will only tell them if they pay her.
私に渡せる価値あるものを持っていたりしないかしら。まとまったお金でも構わないけれど、素晴らしい霊具だとなお嬉しいわ。
聖水や霊退治の札なら持ってるけど、どうかな?
Taguchi comes in clutch here, offering the footage of Heavenly Host corpses from his camera. He then reveals that he's not actually given over footage of Heavenly Host, but his own personal videos. Which this can't be good. Aiko, however, is too excited, so she checks the videos now. But Naho gets the names beforehand, so we now actually have some choices for the quiz question. She plays the footage, and it's a female teacher with first grade... Oh, hell no. Oh, this is going way too far. Like, nah, this is going way too far. I really called this guy one of my favorite characters. Well, I guess in this group I only like Aiko now. At least she's not a naughty. Why would you do this to one of your characters from the first game? That's actually insane. From the sound of your log words, this is the game I decided to make a video on. How did we get here from Corpse Party Blood Covered? What went so wrong? Sure, Book of Shadows had weird stuff, but not like this. Please help. I'm not even halfway into this game. Great! Oh, it just gets worse. It just keeps getting worse. I don't... Granny... Why are we still talking about this? Please move on. After all that, they look for more questions in the toilet, and this time the question is, who amongst you has the biggest breast?
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Will this really do be the most degenerate game narrated by Cyberlocky? But alas, we must answer the question. So to figure out Naho and Sayaka feel the balloons at the party, YouTube don't smite me. I mean, at this point, I can't even comment on the stuff going on and the absurdity of it. So let's just go along with the ride. We really will find out if I can even get this on monetized, because I need something for this brain torture. At least they didn't have to play a click and walk around, though. That would have been unbearable. I really just said I'm glad this game isn't more video gamey. Also, why did the jiggle sound like something from Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life? Was that just me? Why is everything Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life in my mind? Then after all that, a blackout happens, after they find a quiz note saying who's standing behind you. Then in the darkness, Sayaka and Naho fall into each other, then onto each other, which causes Sayaka to have a nosebleed since she finds Naho hot, and anime stuff. After all that, Aiko asks Sayaka who was standing behind her, and she guesses Yoshikazu, or a monster, same thing. And it's correct, so more points. Sachiko then appears on the screen saying Yoshikazu is only annoyed he was called a monster and not his name, and he will forgive them if they say his actual name. Naho then snaps at Sachiko, which ends with Sachiko giving the question herself. It being, where is Kabiki and Sachiko? And they get 20 points for making it to them without getting lost. They use spiritual trick magic and sensing Sachiko's spirit energy. These people are all, I don't know, magic or something. They find Sachiko, which impresses her, but then she starts hovering in the air and takes them to Kabiki. And wait, is that... Oh my, it's corpses. We're finally back to the corpses. I never knew I could miss such dead things. Beside the corpses, however, is Kabiki, but there's a barrier between him. So we get given the final quiz question, which is, if only one present here now were permitted to remain alive, who would that person be, as chosen by everyone? The twist is they have 3 minutes, cannot discuss with each other, and they all have to collectively agree on the same answer to win. Naho thinks Kabiki, and then realizes everyone else is not going to say the same answer, and while no discussions are allowed, they do break the rules a bit, as Sayaka whispers, saying she can't give an answer to this, which causes an idea for Naho. Inumaru, however, asks another question to Sachiko, saying, is she including herself in this? Which she praises him for being clever and confirms she is also present, which changes things a bit. This causes Naho, however, to figure out the answer even though we get to choose. She does mention to Aiko, though clearly not in hearing of Sachiko, since this is a rule break, that Aiko has to read the room before she answers. In return, Naho will tell her where to find all the cursed victims' memoirs, since she loves cursed things. On the count of 3, they give their answers, in which no one speaks, confusing Sachiko as they all came to the same conclusion. They can't choose, and since Sachiko didn't say anyone, or doesn't think anyone should live, well, that's her answer. So saying no one was correct. Now that the quiz is done, they count up the score, and it's here that I got my wrong end. After 2 hours of playing. To see the correct true end of the chapter, you've got to get every single question right and miss no questions at all. So yeah, that was an experience. But for YouTube video wise, we're going to play it as if I got the correct ending, then show the wrong ends afterwards. So we broke through the 427 point goal first try, and they reunite with Kabiki. Happy days. But then Naho asks if Sachiko will keep her promise to have them all be in the same dimension next loop. which Sachiko confirms. However, Naho does understand that even starting in the same dimension doesn't guarantee them anything, since an earthquake could just send them into another closed space. She then makes a statement she will find everyone, even Taguchi, and escape Heavenly Host together. And that's the end of the chapter. Which honestly, this chapter might be my least favourite chapter in all of Coast Party so far. Not only was it some of my least favourite characters, but it was a quiz that wasn't that fun and lasted so long because of filler conversation, which I've cut a lot out, in which the characters just repeated what they have just said for like 5 minutes. I've saved your sanity here, but I've lost mine. The people who played it, they know. And it's all taking place in just one repetitive location. They took everything I hate about Corpse Party and put it in one chapter. Like all the weird stuff, and not even the funny weird stuff. The uncomfortable in a bad way stuff. And just went ham with it. They even managed to have Yuka's pee stuff in it somehow, despite Yuka not being in the chapter. Which coming after the last chapter, which was really good, that was just painful to get through. And they ruined one of my favourite characters for no reason at all. Well, on to the wrong ends now, in which I technically got this in the first playthrough. The first wrong end happens when we dig our heels in too many times, and Naho gets a bit lost in her emotions, being considerably unusual, resulting in the darkening taking over, awakening something in Naho, where she starts stepping on Taguchi.
さえのきさん、気をしっかり持つんだ。
うるさい、私に指図するな、ナホちゃん。うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。
俺たちの言葉が届いてないみたい。
嘘、どうしてね。あそこまで強い負の感情にナホちゃんが飲まれてしまうなんてね。これも天神小学校。そんな。
Now referring to Naho as his mistress, which Naho was happy with.
申し訳ありません。
わかればいいんだよ。ナホちゃん、しっかりして、そっちの世界に旅立たないで。
So that was a weird one. Checking the desk as Inumaru gets another ending as they find a quiz question to decide who amongst the girls in Heavenly Host is the cutest. We then get the choice of Sayaka, 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 and Sayaka. So we choose Miss Yui, but the game doesn't let us, so we choose Sayaka, which is obviously the wrong answer. She's not even top 10. Inumaru's whole life gets destroyed by this, but then the real answer gets revealed to be Sachiko, which Inumaru keeps telling her it's not true, which pisses off Sachiko, so she does the most evil thing she can think of, and sends him back to his own world.
そんな嘘はつけない。一番可愛いのはさやかだ。ん？お前
もういらない。
え？
さっきの運動会じゃ勝手にゴールしちゃうし、全然幸子の言うこと聞かないし。
え、まさか。
だから、バイバイ犬丸。
うわ、待って、話せば。またか。
The next ending happens if you get every question wrong, including following Yoshikazu, who leads them to a dead end, and also having Naho say Aiko.
アイコね。
ナホくんだ。
迷ったけど、やっぱりナホだ。
さやかしかいない。
キヨテラって僕。
私よ。と。バラバラだね。もう一回チャンスを。ダメ。はい、マイナス500。
Because that's funny. Which gets us minus 500 points. Naho then starts darkening, which when Taguchi speaks, she has a creative insult. Calculating the scores this time, obviously we got nothing correct. So now Sachiko gets to do what she wants with Kabiki, which she decides to put him in a traditional houseboy servant kimono with rounded glasses, which Naho and Sayaka also want to see. But Sachiko decides to teleport away, leaving them to wait and think about what they did. Now alone, Naho breaks down and fully darkens since she can't see Kabiki's cosplay. Which then causes Sayaka to give up, as Naho has been taken by the darkening, which then causes Sayaka to darken. Which, and we can see where this is going, is because Sayaka has been darkened, now Inumaru gets overcome by the darkening as well. Meaning this whole thing is a darkening chain reaction, which now that Taguchi is alone, he succumbs to the darkening for being the only one not darkening. The last wrong end of this chapter is the one I got in my playthrough, getting close, but not getting enough points. Sachiko then decides what to do with Kabiki, in which she wants a piggyback ride. She wanted this because when she was little, her father used to give her piggyback rides all the time. So it's some interesting lore dump. Naho, though, can't let anyone else have Kabiki despite Sachiko's request being the most tame thing ever. Literally, it's the best case scenario. Sachiko, being so young, absolutely destroys her by saying, with the face of a woman, mad with jealousy, is so scary, mocking her in a sarcastic tone. Weirdly though, the wrong end just ends there, which is really lazy. Sachiko should have killed her or humiliated her, like, what an anticlimactic ending. In chapter 4 we finally get romantic comedy that Sachiko's been wanting. They've now gathered Naomi, Miss Yui, Ayumi, Satoshi, Yuka, and Satsuki into a classroom. But Sachiko hasn't told them what's going on yet. Then the red dress spirit Sachiko appears, welcoming everyone to the Hysteric birthday again. However, Sachiko has made Yuka's friend Satsuki, that's a lot of S names, the assistant for this event. She hasn't exactly told them it's a romantic comedy yet though, instead calling it a fun culture festival. Then straight up just says it's a harem. A heavenly host elementary harem school days, the great love maneuver. She really likes harems, I guess. Satoshi is the only boy in this classroom at the moment, which dawns on everyone else after Satsuki tells them. Toko then objects, saying she doesn't even know Satoshi. However, she does have some loose memories of him, or a feeling of remembering him. Miss Yui interjects and asks what school she's from. To be fair, it's a bit rough for Toko, she's the only one who doesn't know everyone else. Sachiko takes no pity on her though, she has to take part in reminding her of the trauma of getting her tooth punched out by her crush, Kizami, in Book of Shadows. Satsuki then introduces everyone, with the favorite to win, Naomi, the spiritual sensing eccentric Ayumi, the naughty teacher Miss Yui, then his creepy sister Yuka, then the heart stabber Toko. Satsuki then explains the rules in which the girls present will use their feminine wiles to try to appeal to Satoshi, and whoever he picks in the end will be the winner. Whoever wins also gets a special prize from him starting with the C or K sound. It can only be a corpse or a kiss, which all the people who have a crush on him think it's a kiss or kissu. So now they want to win this prize. Miss Yui, however, has a different thought, thinking it's a cat tower or a glass of Kia Royale, not thinking at the fact that everyone else is underage to be drinking. However, now that there's a prize, they want to participate, with Miss Yui, and I quote, using her sexiness to lead to victory.
違うわよ。サトシくんから木のつくプレゼント、何か気になりますね。とっても美味しいキャベツか、それとも愛が込められたキックかな。さあみんな頑張っていきましょう。キャベツ？キック？商品ってそれの？商品ってそっち？
So the first challenge starts and it's a beach flag competition. Thank you, stock applause sound effect. All participants now need to change into their beachwear, which they have to fight for the best swimsuit in the locker rooms. So they all start running for that room, with Naomi being the fastest. She gets to pick the swimsuit first. Miss Yui is next, then the three other girls are last. Ayumi and Toko both grab the same dress type swimsuit, fighting over it, while Naomi debates over the swimsuit being too small for her. Then when they are done picking, they gather around the connected walkway of Heavenly Host, an iconic location in the Corpse Party series, being the title screen a lot of the times. The girls are all in the swimsuits and we can see the variety. Naomi's is a size too small, we don't talk about Yuka, Ayumi is more modest, and Toko is the best fit of them all. And Miss Yui, well, off topic. But I've always really liked Miss Yui's panda necklace. That's all I wanted to say. Then Satsuki appears, and she's literally just wearing seashells with string, and we aren't showing it. Then Satoshi appears dressed in trunks and a king outfit with a crown. Satsuki then says to Satoshi he can touch you. You know, let's not even try going there. Satsuki makes it look like Satoshi did do that, which causes all the girls to pummel him mercilessly. That's a word, isn't it? Naomi and Satoshi then just start laughing at the absurdity of the situation and what each other person is wearing.
自分でも笑える。
マジックでヒゲとか描いたらいいんじゃないの？鼻の下に J のマークのやつ。
完全にバカ王だな。ナオミの渡り廊下でビキニってのも結構笑えると思うんだけど。
だよね。
Satsuki then leads them to the starting line in the wood area of Heavenly Host. We rarely get to see this, but twice in one game, that's peak. Yuka falls in the mud instantly. And Naomi is determined for no one else to kiss Satoshi, so she has to win, and is in the lead. But she sees Ayumi trying hard to win as well, and starts thinking, maybe Ayumi also likes Satoshi. Toko ain't even trying, and Miss Yui is just lovely. Naomi is far in the lead, but has noticed the walkway is way longer than usual. And Satsuki gives us a fun fact. It grows and expands for whatever the situation calls for. Satoshi naturally is the goal, and standing at the end, he sees a horde of swimsuit-clad girls running full speed at him. And he gets a bit scared. He has a really weird feeling that if one of them catches him, he will get stabbed with scissors or something. He remembers one of his deaths in the loop. So he turns and runs away, opening the door into the main building. The girls affectionately call for him to calm down and come back, but in his panic, he thinks of the calls as roars of monsters. Satoshi runs up the walkway with Naomi, and this is a crazy shot, running up hot on his tail, or cloak. Naomi corners him by the girls' bathroom, classic location, and is going so fast she knocks into him, falling onto him as he falls onto her. And somehow, the physics of this work out in such a way that they are now staring into each other's eyes, lumped together on the floor. I mean, hey, I've made this comparison a lot, but it's not the first time physics have been broken to make characters stare at each other when falling and then being in a lump with each other. I'm just saying. Naomi starts thinking this is the first time they've had this much physical contact with each other, appreciating his well-built frame. Both of them blush and turn their eyes away to look from one another. Wait, hold on, another comparison. It's almost like the tropes are the same or something. Ayumi then arrives finally and sees them on the floor and thinks they are cuddling. This causes Ayumi to question what they do when alone, which to Ayumi's jealous mind causes her to freak out and become possessed.
どうしたの？
篠崎。
どうしたの？様子が変。
Now Now running after both of them, they flee quickly, hiding in the music room. It doesn't exactly work though, since she just crouches down, finds him, then yanks him out with superhuman strength. Satoshi pushes back through though, causing her to fall and slam her head into the piano hard. This wakes Ayumi up from her possession state in which she doesn't remember anything. Back at the entranceway, they grab into his clothing, Naomi taking the crown, and Ayumi taking the cloak. Yuka and Yui then catch up and take his boots. Leaving Toko to be last and get nothing, being the loser, and suffering a punishment, which is she doesn't get a turn in the next round. Something Toko really doesn't care about at all. She then falls to the ground in relief, which Satoshi notices and asks what's wrong gently. Toko then blushes, wondering why he has been so nice to her, and keeps saying guys always betray her, but maybe she can trust his kind smile. The next task is in the school nurse's office, which is Naomi's least favourite place in Heavenly Host. Or maybe that would be the bathrooms. Sachiko confirms there won't be anything scary though. So in the nurse's office, they all dress up as nurses, naturally, with first up being Naomi, which Satsuki appreciates the outfit, let's say. The nurse outfit is a cosplay one with a miniskirt. Ayumi is wearing an old-fashioned nurse's outfit. Miss Yui is wearing a doctor outfit, but with a light miniskirt. And then Yuka, no one cares. And obviously Toko isn't in this. The task is to cure whatever ails Satoshi using the power of love, and is judged on 2 categories, nursing and love, with a max of 10 points. Then whoever gets lowest has to sit the next round out. Naomi, despite random chance, is once again the first to participate. A dummy doll is what is used to cause harm from Sachiko, with Naomi having to cure it. They only have 5 minutes, however, and if they don't take care of it by then, whatever happens to this dummy happens to the other dummy, Satoshi, because he's not the quickest. A pretty horrific scenario, but let's see how the nurses handle it. So Sachiko instantly starts attacking the dummy and splits the stomach wide open, ripping it to shreds. It also has bloody internal organs for some reason, spilling out of it. Now Naomi must administer the treatment, but with sexual appeal. Side note, I've gotten hiccups writing this part of the script and it's really affecting typing and thinking. Naomi, despite in her bio wanting to be a nurse, is quite shit. Satoshi's stomach starts experiencing the effects done to it by the dummy at just 30 seconds, and it's only getting worse. The room is filling with the stench of blood. Naomi, using quick thinking for once though, rips the sheets of the bed. She then grabs a stapler and staples the wound shut with the sheets and a normal stapler. Satoshi, feeling the pain of his stomach being ripped open, kinda well acts like someone who that's happening to. But since Naomi closed the wound, Sachiko finds it funny, then snaps her fingers and he's fine again. Naomi then pulls on Satoshi's shirt and sees his stomach is smooth as silk. Not realizing she's been rubbing his stomach, she then acts tsundere, but then bursts into tears, and he lays his hand on her head, caressing it, comforting her. In which Naomi thrusts her head into his chest, seeking comfort. Sachiko then reminds everyone that even if they die, it will still get reset anyway, so that's comforting to hear. We move on to them ranking Naomi's nursing skills, in which she gets an 8 out of 10 since she handled the guts well, and was quick to use a stapler. Then for lovey-dovey score, she also gets an 8 since Naomi broke down then seeked his warmth. Naomi scores a pretty good 16 out of 20, but it's Miss Yui's turn next. This time she gives Satoshi a fever, which is a bit less extreme than guts hanging out, though his temperature is rising rapidly, so he will die. Miss Yui remembers she was in this exact situation with him at her house, except she wasn't going to die. That comes later. Instead of nursing, she just kinda gets lost in her memory of that scenario, which if you watch my Close Party Because Showers video, you know all about. Sachiko offers Miss Yui a plastic bottle. We take it, because surely nothing bad can happen. Then shockingly, something bad happens. Satoshi starts coughing and gagging and screaming. A red fluid dribbles from his mouth as she looks at the bottle, which is now blackish red and smells like iron mixed with decay. Sachiko then tells her it's the liquid from the body poo, or ew, or yum. Essentially, it's blood mixed with viscera of corpses, rotten remains, in which it's hell, even by heavenly host standards. You know, Yui, maybe you should have poured a bit of the liquid out before giving it to your student first. He vomits a bit more, and then he's fine, I guess. She didn't really do anything though, and to make matters worse, she starts comparing him to her old crush again.
寝言か。かわいい。何よ、まるで恋人同士みたい。やだな。風邪で寝込んでいるサトシの看病。そういうのは私がやりたかった。それにあの先生の顔、まるで恋人を見つめる目だ。相手勝手にやってれば。
While she starts stroking his forehead, the rest of the girls are outraged as they are acting like lovers. Naomi, in her jealousy, spins round, but her wide childbearing hips knock a small bottle on the desk behind her. Then clear liquid flows into the floor towards the bed, and then the space heater roars and a massive fire erupts, as the bottle was alcohol, so it set the bed on fire.
まさしく二人の愛が燃え上がって大変。お兄ちゃん、持田くん、水、蛇口をひねって叩いて消すわ。
Sachiko is loving the fire, but then she puts it out herself since she's not in a death mood today. Then the scores come in, and she somehow got a 9, despite not doing anything, and Sachiko herself stopping all things that's happened. It's kind of biased, but I'm also biased, so I agree. She said they were like a newlywed couple, but that's not nursing skills, so obviously this was kind of a robbery for Naomi. For lovey-dovey, she gets a 5, so guess it's going to be a quick divorce then. Next up is Ayumi. This time Yoshikazu walks in with this giant hammer, and Ayumi steps between them, but gets easily shoved out the way. He then approaches the dummy doll and smashes the legs with the hammer, twisting and pulverizing the legs, which if Ayumi doesn't cure will happen to Satoshi. Ayumi instead leaps onto the monster to try and stop him, then gets thrown across the floor. So she runs towards the cabinets to look for anything and finds nothing but bottles. So she uses her own handkerchief and a ruler to make a splint. And Naomi is the one who wants to be a nurse. So Ayumi knows advanced first aid for some reason that has done nothing to help his pain. Ayumi decides to use holy water she bought from Naho's website, letting her have a wish come true in which she wants it to cure his pain. She then remembers she's the reason everyone is in Heavenly Host in the first place and wants to find some way to repent. However, for now she pours the water into Satoshi's lips, but this pisses off Sachiko, so scoring-wise, Sachiko gives her a 5, then for lovey-dovey she gets a 9 somehow because of her self-sacrificing nature to protect Satoshi. So that puts her in second, behind Naomi. Next we have Yuka. This time a noose drapes around the dummy's neck and it starts getting hanged. Yuka tries to find a way to cut the rope, which Toko gives her scissors she just had on her. Cutting the rope, the dummy falls to the ground and she starts shaking him. However, he isn't breathing. Sachiko is just smiling at Yuka and Yuka remembers to not trust her. So Yuka starts giving CPR but doesn't remember how to do it, so she just starts crying. Then Satoshi just starts breathing again, with Sachiko finding it funny. So she scores the nursing score of a 9 despite being terrible and needing outside assistance. Then for lovey-dovey she gets a 9, and Yuka wins the nursing thing, which is ridiculous and stupid, and I disagree.
合計18点。ありがとうございます。
But anyway, it was rigged, so Miss Yuri has to sit out the final round by getting the lowest scored.
What's happened? No!
Final is a maid showdown in the science lab. The girls then get put into maid costumes with Naomi wearing a standard maid outfit, a navy blue dress with a wide apron. Is that navy blue or am I just colorblind? Ayumi is in a Victorian maid outfit and Toko in a pink micro dress Katia costume. She really got the pick of the litter. yeah, then there's Yuka trying to look like Alice in Wonderland, but it sucks. Each girl has to pick up an item from a desk that they're going to use. Ayumi picks the suit and has to help Satoshi change into it by undressing him, then tying a tie onto him.
ご主人様でしょ？ご主人様。服をお召し替えください。
Then next up is Naomi, who then calls him master and took the teapot, so she has to pour him tea, though there's no cups to pour the tea into. He drinks it though, and it's too warm, so Naomi has to blow on it to cool it down. She then asks tsundere again.
特別だよ、こんなの。
おいしい。ほっとするよ。
Before they both start laughing again, I think we see the pattern going on here. Yuka chose the silver platter, so she literally just has food, being a rice omelette. All she does is draw a heart on it with ketchup, then feeds him with a spoon, while Toko, the most normal people, question the sibling relationship. Toko takes an ear pick, so on her turn she sits down and motions him to lay his head on her lap. I've never seen this before. Picking ears with ear picks. Is that really something you want done? It must be a thing, I guess.
動かないで。
おい。
強気なメイドも悪くないですね。終了です。
With that done, it's time for the results in which Satoshi has to choose. So the entire scoring system was completely pointless. Naomi is questioning class rep being interested in Satoshi as well as how sus Yuka is. Then why Toko knows Satoshi from somewhere. But Satsuki announces the prize, which is a kiss, not a cat tower.
なんだ、キャットタワーじゃないんだ。キスか。
Satoshi, however, can't choose just one girl and thinks everyone should be winners. He really is the most boring goody two-shoes. What a lame-ass answer. Then since it's a harem, he should have multiple girls, and Sachiko does not care at all. So now Satoshi has to kiss everyone, in which Yuka acts like a little creep, blocking the way, asking for a reward. While Naomi gets jealous, and Ayumi demands everyone should be kissed, and Miss Yui acts like a naughty. Again, unfortunately. Also wanting a kiss. They really just trying to make some of my favourite characters naughties. Toko just wants to go home, so Satoshi gets jumped by all the girls, while Sachiko looks on with excitement that her romantic comedy finally came true. She takes a picture, which would become Sachiko's most treasured memory. Why this of all things? I don't know, she really just likes harem stories. There's not too many wrong ends in this chapter, all happening in the final choice. So the first one is if Satoshi lets Satsuki choose, in which she does, and she chooses herself, then collects her reward, kissing him on the cheek. This annoys all the girls, obviously, since they took part in the actual challenges. Then Satsuki just heads home to watch TV. Weird wrong end. Weird because it's just so normal. The next one is if he chooses Sachiko. Sachiko says it's embarrassing to kiss in this room, so she leads him outside. Toko thinks he's a creeper. Some time passes, and we hear him scream out in pain. Then bloody sound effects and flesh tearing sounds. Sachiko enters back with a present saying she didn't take a kiss, she took a kidney. I mean, hey, it starts with K. Then presents his kidney in her hand to everyone. Weird, ended brutally, and the Naho one didn't.
楽しかったね。
The last wrong end happens if Satoshi picks himself. He kinda then has a mind break, which confuses and worries everyone.
俺は俺が好きだ
He straight up turns into an egomaniac. His soul has been damaged, and he says he is the king of the world, emperor of the Milky Way Empire. He then fully breaks and starts narrating his own story, a master of his own illusionary world.
俺はこの世界の王だ
なんかすごいテンション上がってきてるよ。
いや銀河帝国の皇帝だこれが後に銀河系第三宇宙帝国を統一する男持田聡の覚醒の瞬間だった
ああ、自分で覚醒の瞬間だったとか言ってるよ。お兄ちゃんが壊れた。持田くんがそんな。
This chapter starts like most other chapters, in a classroom, but if Naomi, Seiko, Naho, Sayaka, Haruki, don't know why I said his first name, Inomaru, and Taguchi, he's also here, and of course Sachiko. She wants to do a mixer. Then Aiko is back again, working as her assistant. So she goes and fetches everything that would be used for a mixer, which is paper cups, plates, disposable stuff, and pens and things like that. Oh yeah, and alcohol. So Taguchi chugs alcohol, everyone else can't drink though, but Naho won't even drink Coca-Cola, since she can't handle carbonic acid well.
Okay.
Sachiko is upset, she wanted to see her strut her stuff, so she does. Drink it, chugging it down. Taguchi then suggests they play a little game called... Oh, here we go. The Yamanote line game. One person says category, the other person then adds on to it. Whoever can't say anything loses. So Sachiko brings up ways to die. Naomi doesn't want to play this though. And that makes Sachiko really angry, saying she's going to kill everyone the way they just described. Taguchi, to change the conversation, brings up a more exciting game suggestion. Inomaru knows its name, the King game. It's where people draw chopsticks with one having the king stick written on it and they get to be the king and give orders to the other people, and they have to do it. They also do a chant. Who is the king? And then speak the person's name. I'm telling you this because you're going to have to suffer hearing that repeated just as I did. The first king is Taguchi, his first order being the Pocky game, with numbers 1 and 6. This game is where they eat a chocolate Pocky together, and as they bite it, they get closer to kissing, and whoever pulls away first loses. So is Sayaka Naho, and she gets creeper, talking about the smell of her shampoo, and wondering if they will kiss. And that damn sax song is playing, so you know things are heating up. Sayaka though vocalized her inner thoughts and she lets go of the Pocky and loses. Inomaru, not wanting to leave Sayaka with frustrations, lets her hit him with everything she's got. So she knees him with her head. The next round starts and it's Seiko who gets to be king. And her orders for number 4 to feel up. Naomi points out how bad this will be if the feeler is a male, but luckily it's not. This game does have some levels it won't go to. Though in the first game, Satoshi technically did this, so... Either way, the person is Sayaka, and the one chosen is Naomi because of course it is. Sayaka describes it in detail with Inumaru saying the kind of scene men should burn into their memory. Crispy on the outside with a gooey center. What am I even being forced to say here? They're describing it like it's some kind of dessert. Who the hell wrote this? Sachiko though gets bored by this because of course she does. I was just about to say, she's Sachiko. She probably doesn't care about any of this stuff. Sachiko wants to be king, so to save everyone, Taguchi decides for a rule change. The king will always be Sachiko, with everyone else drawing a different number. Then she gives her first order to massage and fuck. Never mind, Sachiko's also a pervert, which makes no sense. This time it's Naho touching Inumaru. Inumaru then exposes his bare chest since he's a dominant male, so resigns himself to his fate. Sayaka gets pissed because this bit is definitely not gotten old. The first 100 times, we've seen it in this very game. Then they describe Naho font chest, not realizing that those things perked up. How long till we get to Blood Drive? Oh, it's only chapter 6 of this game. I feel my dignity and self-worth just draining the more I describe this. After that, well, Sachiko is always going to be king, so the next order is... Butt sumo. Finally something interesting. Number 4 and 5 sumo wrestle using only their butts. Why is Sachiko such a perv? Well, it turns out to be Naomi and Naho. Naomi again is kinda crazy, she's getting picked like every single time for these. However, like always, the clothes they're wearing aren't right. Taguchi suggests a tracksuit, Inumaru an old style swimsuit, and Seiko wants fundoshi underwear. So as Sachiko we get to choose. This actually does add up to getting the true ending, so I'll show the other options during wrong ends. But choosing the fundoshi is the one we go with. Aiko goes shopping and gets them or whatever it is she does. And then they butt sumo, but it's kinda hard to move in these ridiculous costumes. And no one's getting in solid butt strikes. So they fall over at the exact same time, so it's a disappointing draw. Sachiko then wants a game where people move their bodies, Naho thinking it's a game where you write something dangerous on the internet in 280 characters or less, then sit back and watch people get angry in what's called the Twitter game, or X. So Aiko actually comes back with Twister, the board game, where you move your hands and your feet to touch a coloured square. We really have a Twister game in Corpse Party. Very important to the lore, trust. The people chosen are Naomi again, okay, and Seiko oh no. Somehow out of all odds, Seiko ends up in a position with Naomi. Just what are the actual chances? Naomi loses her balance because of Seiko and now must endure Sachiko's punishment game. So she now drinks Lady Sachiko juice, with Seiko taunting her about it. Sachiko then threatens to make Naomi into juice, and as expected the Sachiko drink is awful, but at least it's not the body pool. They then get hungry and take a break to eat some really good food actually, fried rice and other stuff that's explained. But I don't really need to explain it. Sachiko then starts the game up again. I'm about to hear the, oh, it's the Lady Sachiko in my nightmares. And this time it's the gas pedal game. What's the game? Well, it's where one person presses down another person's private food, so how the hell is a dead spirit going to know about this kind of crap? Someone really had the task of writing a chapter in this game and decided, you know what? Let's have the spirit girl be a perv because we don't have enough of them in the game. Sayaka and Inumaru get chosen, and as expected, Sayaka shows no mercy. Commenting she always wanted to see someone shiver in shock and agony from being gas pedaled.
Okay. Okay.
Now it's round 6 of the Lady Sachiko game, so we get to hear once again the Who is King chant.
幸子様、次のご命令をどうぞ。
This time she wants number 3 and 4 to die of laughter by tickling them. And Aiko just so happened to bring top, lotion and Brazilian bikinis. Wow. It's Naomi again, I swear this is rigged. And it's also Seiko doing the tickling. So it really is rigged. Naomi essentially gets tortured by Seiko tickling her, which literally makes her think she is going to die. Aiko then tricks her into drinking the special Sachiko juice, with Sayaka now noticing Naomi is really suffering since she has been chosen for almost every single one. This is just rough.
大丈夫？ナオミちゃんだいぶヘロってるみたいだけど。王様だ！幸子様！
幸子様、次のご命令をどうぞ。
Sachiko then wants people to kiss. And it's Sayaka and Inumaru. Turns out he's not number 2. Because number 2 is Naomi. Once again. Who's getting annoyed at her always being her, and who can blame her? Sayaka though refuses, which shocks Seiko, who gets really angry for her not taking the chance to kiss Naomi. So mad, she speaks in English.
ゲームだからルールだからしょうがないからってことで大手を振ってチューできるのに。囚人監視の中堂々と唇を重ね、思うままナオミの唇を貪ることができるっていうのに。どうしてティジミホワーイ。
Sayaka then explains the only person she would kiss is Naho, which Seiko fully understands, and they bond over their unrequited feelings. An obsession with their friend. And then they hug, confusing everyone, and Sachiko, who decides she must punish them for refusing. Which begins Sachiko's punishment game, involving a paddling pool and live eels. The goal of the game is all the girls have to get into the pool and grab as many eels as possible. Why all the girls are being punished? For Sayaka refusing is kinda bull. Aiko then claims everyone should take joint responsibility for their peers, which Sachiko agrees with, even though she doesn't understand any of it. So they all get into the pool and try catching eels, and yeah, Japanese stuff happens. Sachiko laughs a lot enjoying it all and saying playing like adults is the bestest.
幸子、大満足！大人の遊びって最高！
Free from the game, Naomi and Seiko start walking back. Naomi has actually been given a heavy trophy for catching the most eels. Naomi then thinks back how she's always really gotten the short end of the stick here in almost all the games and really suffered. Which in the School of Death and Suffering means the darkening can take over. Which changes her thought process to think about how it's all Seiko's fault. And she found enjoyment in her pain. Now believing that Seiko hates her, as she starts raising the trophy in her hand to kill Seiko, Seiko suddenly starts speaking, apologizing for everything, saying how she got carried away because it's been so long since she's been able to have fun with her, referencing them both being in loops of death. This apology works and Naomi breaks free from her darkened thoughts and walks side by side into the dark halls. Then we see who wrote this chapter, name and shame. The wrong ends for this chapter happens depending on the decisions we make, all adding up towards the end. So going back to the butt sumo, the other choices change who the winner is. Choosing tracksuit and bloomers, Naomi wins instantly, knocking Naho to the ground, with Seiko referencing childbearing hips again. Then choosing the swimsuit, it's too tight, so Naomi loses. Both these choices all add to the wrong end, which ends the same with them being released from Sachiko's game. Naomi and Seiko walk back, but are both just pure exhausted. They sigh, and that's the wrong end. It's a pretty boring one. The only other wrong end happens if you let Seiko keep tickling Naomi. It ends mostly the same, but Naomi voices out her issues. Seiko then asks if she's made it weird between them. She then begins teasing with a smile. Now we can all just ask, how the hell is this a wrong end? It's literally better than the real ending. So what's going on with this chapter? There's like no creative wrong ends. It's really just a weird one. The This might actually be the best chapter in the game. It's actually got fun events, lots of characters, and not any weird stuff. Well, not in the creepy way. And great wrong ends. So let's get right into this one. This chapter starts with most of the characters back in the auditorium, all reflecting on the events they've experienced separately. Sachiko arrives and now is really hungry, despite last chapter eating, but alright. She then destroys Naomi by calling her thick-headed and boring. Sachiko summons staff, and in appears Blue Spirits, and the next event of the day is told. They must prepare food items to Sachiko. In other words, they're gonna be cooking. But the twist is, the food that's made will be judged, and the person with the highest score gets one wish. Of anything they want. So naturally, everyone should be thinking of using that wish to wish everyone to escape this nightmare. The maidens of the great beyond, the heavenly maid sisters, have randomly chosen who will participate in the competition. The first tribute is Yoshiki, the second is Kizami, the third is Emi, who then acts scared, then smugly laughs. Okay, that's kind of weird. The fourth is Miss Yui, and the fifth is obviously Naomi, since we're playing from her POV right now. Yoshiki is excited to show his manly cooking techniques. Kizami is cooking meat, and Emi is laughing evilly, calling herself Miss Flavorful. Sachiko then warps the school's dimension to assemble a stylish restaurant. The dishes will be rated by their own panel, and there's a penalty for the lowest score, which Sachiko herself has designed. All ingredients and tools have been provided, but civilian judges are also in the panel, chosen randomly. These are Satoshi, Satsuki, and special guest Yoshikazu. Emi then says a pretty passionate speech about being done playing the random background NPC or the dead body. Then the first food task is given to create salad, and they have a 30-minute timer. So Naomi tries asking Satoshi what kind of salad he likes, but obviously that is against the rules. So she looks around, and Kizami is humming a song about his name, meaning cut in Japanese. That's good to know. Then Emi is going very in detail on how to make the perfect salad. Miss Yui has no idea how to cook at all, and Yoshiki does the most basic, least amount of effort possible. Miss Yui does bring up a good question though. Since Sachiko is one of the judges, maybe trying to make stuff kids her age would have liked back from her era would be a good idea. Naomi decides to make a tofu salad with Japanese dressing. First up to the panel is Kizami, who presents sliced meat. It's not exactly a salad. Sachiko decides it's fine though, so he's allowed to do that. Satsuki asks what type of meat it is, and Kizami refuses to answer, saying, "Don't worry about it," with Satoshi noticing the very clumpy red sauce on it. Not gonna lie, this could be human meat, but we will never find out, and I don't think we want to. Yoshikazu really enjoys it, and so do all the ghosts and Sachiko. The judges give their scores for the meat, with Sachiko giving it a 7, Yoshikazu a 10, the ghosts a 10, and Satsuki and Satoshi a 5. I only noticed now and listening back that the voice actor never says a number for this, since it just varies on choice. So he gets a total score of 37. Naomi then gets judged on her tofu salad. A 6 from Sachiko, a 10 from Yoshikazu, a 7 from the ghosts, an 8 from Satsuki, and a 10 from Satoshi. Okay, simp. Adding her total to 41 points, now being in the lead. Next up is Yoshiki. With his manly method, he produced 2 dishes, frozen broccoli and melted cheese and frozen cooked vegetables, that he made in a microwave. His dish gets judged, and surprisingly he gets a 5 from Sachiko, a 10 from Yoshikazu, seeing a pattern here, a 7 from the judges, same as Naomi's cooked one, that's gotta stick, and a 7 from Satsuki, and 6 from Satoshi. Despite being such a simple dish, it's just not that bad tasting, is it? Then Miss Yui is last with her dish. She presents it in a glass cup. She didn't make a salad, she made a salad drink, in which she just blended vegetables in a blender. Satoshi then calls her out for not being able to cook, which in a cooking competition isn't exactly great. Everyone drinks it and it's vegetables turned into juice, so it's just as bad as it sounds. She gets a 1 from Sachiko, a 0 from Yoshikazu, a 10 from the ghosts, a 1 from Satsuki, and a 5 from Satoshi. Then finally Emi appears with her supreme salad, and in my opinion, she kinda cheated, since she brought the tomatoes growing from the plant and drew Sachiko's doll on them. So technically she's not cooking then, so I'm calling for disqualification.
プチトマトの一つ一つに
文化人形の顔が描かれている。
ただ野菜を出しただけでは脳がないと思い、少し遊び心を入れてみました。お子様にも楽しんで食べていただけるようにという演出です。かわいい。幸子気に入ったわ。
なるほど。では。
However, the scores are given, and it's a 9 from Sachiko, a 10 from Yoshikazu, a 10 from the ghost, a 10 from Satsuki, and a 9 from Satoshi. He only gives 10s to crushes, I guess. So the first round is over, and the lowest score is Miss Yui, which means punishment time. Sachiko tells her she should be turned into a vegetable. And next thing Miss Yui experiences is waking up in a cold, dark place. Then being taken and loaded into a car, seeing a landscape and farm. She then opens her eyes and remembers losing the challenge, staring at a large version of herself that's looking down at her.
作るのは野菜ジュースでいいわよね。一応野菜料理だし。
Yui then realizes she can't speak and hears her past self making the salad. I think we can see where this is going. Then she feels that she's been run under cold water. And I think she now understands that she's a carrot. And as a carrot, she gets put in a blender, turned into the salad drink. And that's really gotta be horrific, having the feeling of being blended.
Oishii salad drinkになってね。
We then return to the rest of them, with Naomi asking what's happened to Miss Yui, in which we see she's in another room, going quite insane from experiencing being a vegetable. Now they all understand what lies ahead if they fail, so they're going to try extra hard to not get last place. The next food item they are making is soup.
始めますわよ。クッキングファイト、レディーゴー。
Kizami is making meat soup. Emi is thinking about the literal perfect soup, and Yoshiki is annoyed at the idea of soup. We have a bit of Yoshiki and Naomi being friendly with each other, something you don't get to see too much in the rest of the series. It might happen in Blood Drive, I can't remember, but I guess we'll find that out soon. However, they spoke for so long, they already lost half their time. Naomi decides to make the red bean soup I've never had that she made at the Culture Festival. They manage to make it on time and present their dishes. Kizami presents his meat soup, which is literally just the same meat, and he's just refusing to name the meat, just saying meat is meat. Sachiko is biased though, so they have to eat that disgusting thing again, which is boring to them, and Kizami doesn't like that.
NANI?!
He scores very low with everyone except for Yoshikazu.
合計 18点です。
Naomi presents her red bean soup, a sweet and fragrant one. I wouldn't know, I've never had it. Getting a 6 from Sachiko, a 2 from Yoshikazu, a 3 from the ghosts, but a 10 from Satsuki and Satoshi. Yoshikazu ate it way too fast and burned himself. So Emi then presents her dish, caterpillar fungus poultry soup. And now I need to look this up, and wow, it's actually real. As expected, it's surprisingly a masterpiece of food to everyone, causing Satoshi to literally blush, getting a 10 from Satoshi, and the ghost, and Yoshikazu, and an 8 from Sachiko, but a 2 from Satsuki, since she couldn't get over it being bug soup. Yoshiki then presents his soup in which it's
Tonkotsu soup with ramen.
Sachiko, though, instantly disqualifies him, despite letting Kizami literally present meat, but the reason isn't because it's ramen. As Sachiko tells him to look at her soup bowl, and in it is a hair. So because of that, he's been disqualified. With him getting the lowest score, he gets punished. Now this one is probably one of the most horrific fates possible in Corpse Party. Yoshiki wakes up and feels everything is earthy. Realizing he's not in his actual body, he hears a sound of tearing coming from his back. Which in turn causes him extreme pain. Something is literally growing out from his back. Very, very painfully, literally a fungus is ripping his back apart slowly, while draining all his strength as it erupts from his body. This is some horrible body horror. Thankfully we don't see anything, but what a horrific fate for Yoshiki to experience this. And not the sound effect of tearing, it's just so disturbing. So while he's suffering, it's now down to 3, Kizami, Emi, and Naomi, in which Naomi describes it as a battle royale.
PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale!
Mishiri and Yoshiki are still suffering in the other room, and we see them in, well, mental anguish. This next round is the main dish, and they are making curry rice. This time though, Sachiko gets bored and changes the venue from the restaurant to the outside of Heavenly Host, but with tents and stalls for cooking curry set up. In this schoolyard, Seiko is also here. As is every student who was in the auditorium. Even the ghost spirit children, who have been really absent in this game when you think about it. The new rules, though, aren't judges, but whoever has the most food eaten before the time runs out wins the round. Sachiko explains, though, no brute force is allowed to force people to eat the food. Kizami isn't bothered by this, though, and seemingly he has a plan.
言われなくても分かっているさ。そう、病みつきになるほどの。
For this round, each person also gets to have an assistant. So Seiko joins Naomi's team. Kizami doesn't want a helper, but Toko asks if she can, which Kizami is fine with. It's here you really get the sense of there being no real continuity between each chapter, despite it being the same day. Due to having different writers, we can see some stuff that doesn't make sense, even down to how characters act. Toko, for example. She learned about Kizami's true nature in the flashback of her tooth earlier, so she shouldn't have the crush on Kizami. It's not like his game ending or ruins the game, it's just something to take note of. Emi then chooses Mitsuki to help her out, and after that, the cooking fight begins.
Cooking fight! Ready, go!
Now it's basically the culture festival that Sachiko said she wanted. Seiko asks Naomi what curry to make, and she decides to create a regular old Japanese-style curry her mother taught her, with a secret weapon of yogurt. There's nearly 100 judges this time, including all the students in Heavenly Host and the Spirits. All the Kisaragi students go to Naomi's stall first, obviously, but so does Naho and Sayaka as well as Taguchi. Eventually more non-Kisaragi students come to taste the curry. Seiko decides to do some recon of the other stalls to see how they are doing. Kizami naturally is making meat, but he is actually making a curry this time. But he's added a black special spice, as he calls it. They start eating it though, and it's not bad, but it does taste weird. Seiko then checks Emi's stall, and she's made 10 different types, in which I'm just gonna say this. This is such a boring thing for her to do. You're told to make one curry, make one type of curry, and choose it. No wonder no one likes her. 20 minutes pass, but they realize that no one is appearing at their stall for a while. Wondering what's going on, they look over and see Kizami has almost every single person at his. They're all acting like, well, zombies. Kizami has also gone into his alluring evil voice. Ayumi really likes the curry. Naomi and Seiko, not being idiots, notice something weird is going on, and the glazed over eyes don't exactly make it subtle. Seiko goes investigating once again. She pretends to be a customer to try the curry. Seiko plays it off, saying she's the wandering spirit of a beautiful girl who got lost in Heavenly Host Elementary. Seiko receives the curry and eats it, saying it's just meat, but for some reason it's not bad, and the more she eats, the hotter her body gets, and the more she wants to eat, asking for more, but she has to wait in the line to get seconds. However, she's taken a while to get back, and Naomi spots Seiko in the line asking for more of Kizami's curry meat dish. Naomi just calls her name though, and it instantly works. I'm just gonna let Seiko describe.
キザミくんのカレー何皿でも食べられる。聖子聖子どうしたのよ。しっかりしてよ。このおっぱいはナオミ胸で判断するな。
Seiko then is determined to uncover his dark secret another way, this time asking one of the customers. She speaks to Kurosaki, who sounds possessed, admitting the taste isn't that good, but the meat is addictive. It's basically what we figured out from trying the curry, so this was pointless. So she goes to investigate the tent, and having stalked Naomi for years, she was a master of stealth. She overhears Kizami telling Toko to not ever look at him while he's preparing the food, which would ring alarm bells in any normal person, as should the zombie-like customers, but I guess Toko is just an idiot. Seiko comes up with a plan and uses Yoshikazu to distract Kizami by sending him over to try the curry. With that distraction, she sneaks into his tent. Kizami, making the curry, mixes in what he calls the darkening spice. The people who consume it speeds up their darkening process and become addicted, which he narrates this out loud. I don't know, evil villain things. His eyes are also becoming more red. One of my kryptonites. Another one is red eyes. Unfortunately, Seiko knocks into something, alerting him of her presence. He then FNAF jump scares, trying to trap Seiko in the tent material. Doing his classic, there's nowhere to run. Seiko, while struggling... Wait, what does that say? Okay, Seiko's ample posterior smacked into the nearby curry pot, spilling it all onto the ground. Relay game for this scene as well. With the curry knocked over, Kizami starts inhaling the spice, succumbing to the darkening. Seiko then fully empties the spice onto Kizami, turning him fully darkened. He then runs out the tent as Toko comes to investigate, which causes her to flee, as if nothing ever happened.
いや、なんというか、ちょっと悪を成敗してきたわ。何言ってるのよ。
The other students all freak out not being able to have any curry as Seiko explains the darkening spice.
カレーを食わせろ。一口だけでいい。カレーをくれ。ゆうや、どこだ。なあ、早くカレー食わせてくれよ。もう気が
Seiko has had a thought though and realizes if he's got a darkening spice that was made for him, then they can get a cure made for them. So with that, they make some cure curry, which helps get rid of the darkening for all the cursed people. The round ends and Kizami has withdrawn, and the winner is Naomi of this round. Since Emi's one sucked, it was 10 different curries, but not one of them stood out from the other. Emi takes this pretty badly though. But the final round is about to be a one-on-one, Naomi vs Emi for the finale. Naomi starts brainstorming about how they can literally ask for any ingredient ever. Byakudan are obviously rooting for Emi, and Kisaragi are cheering for Naomi. In the final round, they are to make absolutely anything they want. The only criteria is the food must taste good, and Sachiko must say, it's delicious. They also have as long as they want, well, not the whole day, being a time limit, but I digress. As well as many helpers as they want, it just can't be boring. Naomi realizes she can't compete with Emi based on technique, but Seiko offers a different perspective, with her grandmother saying, the most important part of cooking is hospitality. With the competition having no end till Sachiko says anything, she decides to just make quick but tasty food, starting with chocolate. You know what this is. Naomi made the chocolate and shaped them in the face of her doll and Sachiko herself. Sachiko really hates it. The childish chocolates. I mean, what kind of monster doesn't like chocolate? She tries rice balls and yeah, that doesn't go well either. So going back to the thinking board, ordinary won't cut it apparently. Suddenly though, Emi appears covered in injuries, or as she says, marks of honor, as she works on her greatest culinary masterpiece. Revealing her food that is literally blinding to look at, describing it the palate of a god made with narwhal sugar taken from the tears of a capture level 80 narwhal, as well as strawberry milk processed from the culinary world's most gourmet of ingredients, the Mankai strawberry. Seiko states that since they could request any ingredient, even fantasy stuff counts, which Emi has done. Then Emi says her wish, and why she's so determined to win. The most evil wish ever, and that is to take over as the main character and ensure that no matter what, the future Corpse Party games will have the most dull, uninteresting, bland, unlikable of main heroines, effectively removing Naomi and Ayumi from their roles, a true horror that can't be expressed with words. But words aren't the only way to express horror. Screaming is also viable. She really called herself a pair with just glasses. That's crazy. Then again, to be fair, she doesn't really have a purpose other than dying and being said dead body. Yeah, this series was kind of rough for her. She presents her dish to Sachiko, who says it's not too bad. Though since she didn't say the words delicious, the contest continues. This kind of breaks Emi a bit. But Naomi still has a chance to win. Now seeing spectacular isn't enough. She has to really think. Naomi decides to make an omelette folded egg. Naomi has a plan with something so ordinary, and the reason is because anyone can make it. She's essentially finding a loophole. Oh yeah, and Seiko turns into shipper mode again. Naomi walks up to Sachiko and tells her that it's not been made yet, and Sachiko is going to help her make it. Then she responds like any kid would. Sachiko agrees if Naomi wishes it. So Naomi agrees instantly and they head into the kitchen. Naomi teaches her how to make an omelette, breaking the eggs into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. Crack, crack, crack egg into the bowl.
And Sachiko is happy because it smells good. They then make a really good looking omelette with some of the nicest art scenes in the game, because it's not weird. Sachiko then whispers that Naomi is sneaky. She eats it and says it tastes sneaky. But since Sachiko made it herself, of course it's delicious. So Naomi is the winner, but they invite everyone over to taste Sachiko's omelette, which everyone enjoys, even Emi, who says even though it's stupidly simple, it's delicious. With Naomi being the winner, however, she can now wish everyone to get sent back home, and I won't have to describe the really weird chapter after this. Wait, that's a paradox, because if there's already a really weird chapter after this, then oh no. Sachiko played a sneaky trick of her own, telling Naomi she already used her wish when Naomi asked her to help her. She said, if that's your wish, and Naomi agreed, meaning her wish has been used. So they were both being sneaky against each other. But
それでおしまい？うん。なんか文句ある？だって勝負の前だったし、そんなのずるい。あ、ずるいか。ずるいよね。ナオミもサチコを引っ掛けたからおあいこ。だね。そんな風に言われると言い返せない。
The inner monologue of Sachiko reveals she's sorry, but she still wants to play with her some more, in a not murderous way. As this is the real Sachiko peeking out, not the vengeful spirit. So let's just praise the writer of this chapter. Hardly any weird stuff, fun story, and even great character building. And with that, we go to the wrong ends. Now, when I said at the start of this chapter that it has great wrong ends, well, it only has one. So I'm a filthy liar, I guess. Oh wait, I can just change the script, but I'm not going to do that. Or this entire segment would be deleted. So yeah, it has one. But it is a really good one. If we choose Naomi to follow Emi and see what she's doing, well, Satoshi and Seiko both tell her that it's a terrible idea since she might get hurt, but she runs off anyway, back into the school building. Naomi follows Emi all the way into the dissection room, in which we see a darkened Emi laughing creepily, saying, "Welcome, so you've come after all." As she slowly gets closer to Naomi, thinking to herself, what would make Sachiko happy? As she swings a sword through the air. Emi's mind then fully breaks, laughing maniacally, saying she just wants to win. Naomi then trips over the toolbox, trying to escape, as Emi says bon appetit. Naomi screams as she gets brutally murdered by Emi, the mad kook. I mean, that's gotta be a rough one. When she's brought back alive, explaining what's happened, and if Sachiko ate Naomi's body, then she's brought back, how does that actually work? Oh well, it doesn't really matter because we'll never know. And so we get to chapter 7. Might be the longest chapter actually, but the most wrong end. Certainly more than one, so that's good. Or wrong, because it's not a good end, it's a wrong end. This is also the last of the birthday activity chapters, so buckle up. This chapter starts with Sachiko wanting to be a Hollywood celebrity. Yoshiki basically tells her she can't do that, and she gets angry. Ran, Satsuki, and Azusa are also with them. And Satsuki says if you become a Hollywood actress, you will get married and divorced so regularly, it will be as natural as eating toast. That's grim, but also not wrong. Morishige and Miss Yui are also here and take Sachiko's film magazine that a victim probably left behind. Oh my god, Nigel's in this game! I forgot about him. And Ayumi is also here. There really is quite a lot of people here. Sachiko loves how actresses are all rich and famous on the outside, but then messed up and goopy on the inside. Wow, even Kizami is here. This is a really strange combo of people. Yoshiki asks Sachiko to get to the point, and she wants to make a movie with everyone here. So a corpse party movie, because that's never happened. Morishige brings up the point that this will be hard without a director, and Sachiko, knowing this, has brought in a special guest. The ground rumbles and with the thunderous roar from hell itself, that almost kills Satsuki and Yuka with falling debris, but Kizami leaps over and pushes them out the way, and Nigel and Miss Yui speak to each other, and the elephant in the room is, he is young, she is slightly older in a way that would make her an adult.
もうやめてよ司くんってば
叩くなって先生が生徒に暴力振るっちゃダメだろ
And Yoshiki and Ayumi whisper about the awkward flirting going on between them. Then the special guest does appear, and it's an undead film director. Lucio Fucci. Hold on, let me look at that quickly. Oh, he's a real guy. Or he was a real guy. An Italian film director known for his gore films and zombie films. And now he's in the Corpse Party birthday game. Yeah, he looks more like George Romero, who's the godfather of the modern most well-known zombies. But did they get the right for the likeness of these people, and why are they in this game? What a random pop culture reference that the target audience for these games probably has zero idea about. There's something really wrong about this considering both directors are now, sadly, passed, and now zombies, in a weird ecchi horror game. Like, I feel like I should be concerned. Moshige naturally is a fan, referencing his famous movie, Zombie Z. The director Zombie then makes him his assistant director.
僕を助監督にありがとうございます精一杯務めさせていただきます
Sachiko lets them work together despite it not being part of her plan. Yoshiki points out how bad he smells, which Moshige vomits while trying to say he's being rude, and he should show more respect.
それはないんじゃないかシシド俺そんなひねくれてないし
さっきのお返しラブコメル女教師と男子高校生インモラルの香りはいはい邪魔しちゃダメよ
Sachiko brings out a camera she borrowed from Taguchi, who, while hearing she was going to make a movie, wept tears of joy. Kizami points out she probably just stole it.
そんなの決まってるでしょね森重
それは当然フルティン監督が得意とするスプラ
もちろん学園ラブストーリーだよ
So they changed location to where they are filming the movie, and Sachiko is making the genre of the film a school love story. She's really obsessed with that, isn't she? And is taking part in Kisaragi Academy. However, it's just an illusion and it's still part of Sachiko's domain. This is a really shiny looking school, isn't it? Because Sachiko wants it to be as realistic as possible, everyone who isn't in a school uniform needs to get changed.
着替えってどういうことなのかもしかしてコスプレかにゃ
Ayumi and Yoshiki tease Nigel about Miss Yui and being reunited in time and space, and then Sachiko appears in a Kisaragi outfit and says, "Don't they look good? Aren't you turned?" What the f?
Just tonight, maybe I'll rest in peace.
Okay, let's just continue. Oh no, Kizami, no! Ran, what the hell? We barely made it into the chapter. We were doing fine. What's happening? I thought we escaped the Honi. I thought we were done. They've just dialed it up somehow. How have they dialed it up? Miss Yui is crying at having to wear a school uniform since she's a teacher. Nigel just stares at her, causing her to blush.
大丈夫だよ別にいつも通りじゃないか
いやでもそれは学生時代の私で今は体重とか増えちゃって何を言わせるのよもう
何怒ってるんだよおかしなやつだな
Moshige questions if they've cast the female teacher in her 20s as a shy teenager to get results. What does that even mean? Age libido. Oh, this game's gonna break me. How long have I been playing this now? How do I have 24? Oh, not Moshige, please. I mean, he's not exactly morally great anyway, but maybe it's just parodying the creepy way directors are sometimes. Either way, they have no script for any scene and they can't come up with a storyline. Moshige says love scenes need to take what's in the characters' hearts and show it on their faces, or it doesn't work. and asks why the dead eyes. Sachiko points out because she's dead. That's actually a very good point. To help her understand, they have to have people act out a love scene. If Sachiko chooses Azusa and Ayumi for the lovey-dovey scene, Azusa embraces her, and Ran learns what cuckolding thing is.
これが噂の寝取られというやつなのね。
彼女たちが取り返しのつかない性癖に目覚めてしまう前に
面白いのにもったいない。
とにかくこの組み合わせはダメだ。他のやつにしてくれ。
あらあら、ナイトくんがご立腹。やきもち焼いちゃったのかしら。
そんなんじゃねえよ。ごちゃごちゃ言ってねえで篠崎から離れ。
嫉妬に燃える男ってのも悪くはないわね。ねえ、あゆみちゃん。私に抱きしめられるのはいいな。
After that, we can also choose Yoshiki and Kizami. Who knew? Well, let's see how this plays out. Yoshiki basically says the exact thoughts I'm having of having to narrate these really, really weird scenes. That's a broken man right there. Kizami then uses a foxtail to tickle his most sensitive areas. Kizami prays to all gods and then turns the foxtail on, and it starts vibrating. I'm just gonna let the audio explain this because words don't do it justice. After it's done, Moshige says it was still pretty tame compared to the director's other film, and they should use a power drill.
こらえるんだ岸沼君。ここで幸子に逆らったら君の努力は無駄になってしまうんだぞ。
That is the most scared we have ever heard Kizami. So obviously Nigel and schoolgirl Yuri is the actual best choice for the lovey-dovey scene, despite morality being a thing in life. Yuri starts going over the fact that since she's a teacher and he's a student, this can't be a thing. Hasn't stopped you before, Miss Yuri? I'm just gonna shut up. But then she justifies it as being okay since he's not her student. Never mind, she's crazy. And probably a naughty. Sachiko really says, I do want to see a adult love scene.
Okay.
Nigel and Miss Yuri act out this scene with him saying, I've always loved you. But Miss Yuri just finds it funny. Then they reminisce about the past, which he is still living, so it's gotta be pretty confusing for him. Sachiko then screams, die. Sachiko really did a flying kick. That should have been animated. The director and Moshige are very shocked at why she just flying kicked Miss Yuri, but Sachiko says she can't explain it, but they were making her sick, and I felt like I just had to kill it with fire. Hey Sachiko, I agree when I see Naho, Sayaka, or Yuka. Apparently this feeling has a name, which is Normies Explode, which I've never heard of, and normies have a very different meaning now, though the meaning was also known when this game came out. Sachiko then wants Nigel to kiss Miss Yuri to wake her up like in the fairy tales, and if he doesn't, she will turn into Snow White for real, so a box office failure. Miss Yuri wakes up though and they clash heads. Sachiko annoyed, but then says she has an even better idea. A love triangle. Oh no, please no. So in this scene, it's between Yoshiki, Kizami, and Sachiko in a love triangle. Yoshiki in this scene is confessing his love while she is saying she loves another, with his line saying, well, he'll have to take her, which Sachiko screams no, and attacks him with a blade, which is not part of the script. Sachiko claims the director told him to do it, with Moshige defending his choice, saying the director decides if Yoshiki must lose an eye for the scene. Kizami says it wasn't going to end well when he and Yoshiki were chosen. You know it's bad when Kizami is making sense. Yoshiki asks why not choose Nigel, and Sachiko says he doesn't have a lot of character. Okay game, then why'd you keep making him part of the plot? Sachiko straight up calls him pointless. The scene starts again and she almost kills Yoshiki again. And Azusa says, can't he just grin and bear it like a man? Yoshiki points out that would involve him getting stabbed to death, and he breaks down a little.
ま、完全に遊ばれてるヨッシーくんが一番バカなんだけどね。
両者のかけらもないな。なんかもう死にたくなってきたわ。
As they start the scene again though, Yoshikazu in a uniform comes barging in, thinking Sachiko is actually in trouble, and starts swinging his hammer around. He's so angry not even Sachiko can calm him down. Everyone else runs to hide while Kizami, Moshige and Yoshiki team up to take on Yoshikazu. Yoshiki distracts him while Kizami shanks him with a knife. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much, and Yoshikazu strikes down Kizami by hitting his collarbone. Kizami then thinks to himself how this is the end, and it will be retribution for what he's done in life. Sachiko gets really angry though, and Yoshikazu notices, and he starts pouting. Then he scurries out of sight. Yoshiki goes up to check on Kizami, but he's not suffered any mortal wounds, and is healing up, despite being hit on a collarbone with a sledgehammer, but we'll let it slide. The director was filming it all, however, so captured all the emotional moments on camera. They then have to search for all the people who ran away, and Sachiko brings up that she's the one keeping everybody together in the same dimension. However, if they go too far from her, the dimension could warp and they will be randomly sent somewhere. So they panic and run off to find the other people. Then we see Sachiko think to herself that she needs to give Yoshikazu a reward, since everything went according to plan. So Sachiko wanted this to happen, which is never a good thing. We catch up with Azusa and Ran hiding in the infirmary. Ran starts giggling, and it's due to some kind of slimy ropes that have just started growing from this bed. I mean, could it have been anything else? As Azu goes to help though, she gets pulled in by tentacle bedsheets. They really are just scraping the bottom of the barrel now. Ayumi, Satsuki and that thing are in the family restaurant area. Yuka needs to pee. As she tries peeing, Kizami says hi, she runs out screaming, and it was an act of God. Okay, that line is hilarious. Did she just imply he drank apple juice? Game, please have mercy on my brand. I can't take this anymore. Yoshiki arrives and Ayumi is happy to see him. Now all they need to do is find Ran and Azusa. Speaking of, they are in the forest and feel slippery. I hate how much I have to describe, but it can't get any worse than what I've already talked about. They find a very haunted looking house, like something from Scooby-Doo.
Step inside all those who love stories. Look and listen, we've tales to tell of fun, excitement, magic, adventure. Tears, fears, and laughter. Surprises as well. Step inside.
Which they enter. Cutting back to the other people, they tried looking for them all in the school and can't find them anywhere. So Sachiko said, they must be in the place, the one place she has no control over. A place so dangerous, even Sachiko doesn't know what's going to happen. So she leads them to the same haunted-looking house. And entering it, it looks like something out of Resident Evil. Shinozaki's spirit senses are tingling, so this place must be very dangerous. And the reason is because it connects to hell. More hell lore, interesting. So if heavenly hosts, the spirits are trapped to suffer, then what the hell is hell going to be like? So this building is the gateway to the underworld, one that even Sachiko's power level cannot open. They need a certain book in order to bridge the dimensions of the Nirvana and hell itself. A very old book that talks about gods and ancient rituals, but before that, go back to Ran and Azusa in a dungeon area, and conveniently, they have found an old book called the Book of Ibon. Wait, we're mixing H.P. Lovecraft lore into Ghost Party now. They pick up the book, then we cut back to everyone else, with Sachiko having failed to find the book, claiming she searched everywhere. She then asks Yoshiki for help looking for it, while she uncharacteristically cries. Yoshiki then does a Fred from Scooby-Doo and says, "Let's split up and look for clues." Wait a minute, this might actually just be a Scooby-Doo house then. Kizami, however, says he's going to stay with Yuka and Satsuki alone, and he starts telling the story of a young boy with a defective heart. A boy incapable of feeling human emotions, and he never understood the pain of others, and just ended up hurting everyone around him.
生き物の命が終わる瞬間に強い興味を持っていてね。趣味で小動物を殺すようになるまで、そう時間はかからなかった。
Spoiler, he's talking about himself. The boy had a great fascination with the moment when life left the bodies of living creatures. He puts on an act in public and plays the good guy, eventually learning about people around him, perfecting his mask, and learning how best to manipulate people. He then couldn't hide his nature for much longer and began to murder his fellow classmates, one by one. But then while killing, he met his younger sister. Meeting her, he awakened to a human emotion he didn't know he had a feeling of. A feeling of protection, to protect her, and then because of that, he became a decent human at long last. And they lived happily ever after.
兄と妹は二人きりで幸せに暮らしましたとさ。
そこで終わりなの?
Satsuki calls it red flaggy, and Yuka starts shaking, remembering all the memories of Kizami in the school, which he taunts her by asking her if she needs to go use the girls' restroom again. Fully dropping the act, he says his infamous "Run, rabbit, run" line.
思い出してくれたみたいだね、ユカ。また君と追いかけっこができるなんて、お兄ちゃんは嬉しいよ。Run, rabbit, run!
Morishige is with the director and Sachiko, and they're discussing what she has planned. She tries denying it, but he sees through it, then reveals Azusa and Ran being trapped here was all part of her master plan. Which, her plan is, she's making a movie. But with every event going on, even the ones people are unaware of. He's impressed with the hidden cameras, and Sachiko says his enthusiasm is what she likes about him. We then cut to Yoshiki and Ayumi outside of a random room. They read the name on the door saying PC-98. Opening it, it's just a pitch black room. And the door doesn't open back the way. Ayumi uses her candle to light up the area.
よし、着いた。
なんだこりゃ！誰だお前？白崎はどこ行った？
And they've transformed back into the original Corpse Party PC-98 version of themselves. Which we may see something about this in the future on this channel here, or we may not, who's to say. They don't recognize each other at first, and they can't change their facial expression. It's literally just stuck as it is. Yoshiki looks very different now. They have orange skin, and he has Satoshi kind of hair. He has a very stuck-up face. While Ayumi just has big black anime eyes and a bright blue sailor school costume.
何よいきなり脅かさないでよ。
今ならやれそうな気がする。
やれるって何の？ああ、密室なのいいことにエッチな薄い本みたいなことを私にする気なのね。
何言ってんのかわかんねえよ。そうじゃなくて、まあ見てろって。
それは筋力補助術。
知ってるのか篠崎。
Yeah, original Corpse Party had spells and mana and stuff. It was kinda wild. Yoshiki uses muscle strength buff maneuver to boost his strength stat. Then with one punch, he shatters the door into tiny fragments, and they return back to normal. Ayumi even calls him cool. Sadly though, Yoshiki has now lost this power forever. We then see Miss Yui and Nigel again outside a very different door. They flirt and tease, but then Leatherface appears with a chainsaw at the end of the hall.
やばいぞ。どんどん近づいてくる。
Sachiko loves this outcome. Morishige is confused, and she explains it as giving Yoshikazu a different image change into a murderous demon. It's not that much of a change. Sachiko did this because he was chasing after a couple. She knows a lot for being so young. She was also torn on the hockey mask and hatchet look of the Jason Voorhees. And this chapter is really just parodying famous horror and slasher movies. Morishige is more a fan of Michael Myers though. Sachiko then mysteriously hands Morishige a script. The director had watched a horror film in hell and has been wanting to do this idea ever since he saw it. Well, never mind, hell sounds good. Well, I'm going there now anyway for making this video. Nigel wakes up, but in pure darkness, calling out for Miss Yui, who does answer, but with a scream.
どうしたシスト？何かされたのか？おい、大丈夫か？
Well, that's an ass.
We're just normal men. We're just normal men.
What do you mean normal men?
Just innocent men. We're just innocent men.
So let me get this right for accurate purposes. Nigel has been blindfolded and is on a comfy looking chair facing Miss Yui, who has been strapped down in a crouched position like a dog or maybe a frog, with her ass sticking out towards Nigel. Okay, that's simple enough. The TV then turns on with a doll being displayed, telling them they have finally awoken. The speaker then reveals the name Morisaw. Oh, I saw this movie. Maybe not this kind. Then again, Morisaw tells them they're to be judged, and the reason is because they've been flirting too much while children have been exposed to horrors. Now they must play a game to prove their innocence. They have 3 seconds to suss out the answer from 4 questions to earn their freedom. 1 wrong answer and game over. Okay, the first question. Miss Yui must state the name of the dumbest people among her students. We actually only literally have 3 seconds to read with the options Yoshiki, Ayumi, or Morishige, or none of them, and we click none of them are dumb, which is the correct answer. No one should be favored. The next question is for Nigel, and he must answer what is the most alluring part of the female body in concise terms as quick as possible. Shite. Men are the prisoners of melon. Asses are packed with mankind's dreams. Melons. What? How was that wrong? It's personal preference. Game over. What's game over? Well, we find out what game over is. With no time to atone, Miss Yui's trap contraption moves closer to Nigel.
なんだこの音は。シスト、何が起こってるんだ？
Who's on the chair until her bum is suffocating poor Nigel. We then hear his muffled cries as he also describes while he dies. And Miss Yui is crying about marriage. Okay, so if you die with the last feeling of how you've died, then that is for sure the best death possible in Corpse Party. We've done it. We found the perfect way to die in Heavenly Host. And also, I'm not counting this as a wrong end. It's a rear end. Have I been lost to the horn dog? Or was this always my fate? Did this game beat me? Or did I beat myself? This time we choose the asses of mankind and is correct. Morisaw then explains how any fetish is allowed, and the answer is allowed. But I lost last time. Wait, did I just run out of time? Glad to know they don't kink shame here. Then Miss Yui gets asked as a teacher, what is the one thing you must never do? We have corporal punishment, a love affair with a student, making a mistake grading, making students pay on their own, and pay on their own. That's evil. Morisaw says a great point about whoever came up with that system should burn in the fires of hell for eternity. Now the final question is for Nigel. What's his favourite dirty book? And they all have to do with teachers and students, so yeah, no choice matters here. They then complete the game and the shackles come loose. Miss Yui is creeped out by Nigel, but she's just teasing him.
さっきのは。
司くんがそんな人だと思わなかった。 幻滅よ。
待ってくれ。弁明くらいは。
ごめん。冗談よ、司くん。私もう大人なのよ。男の子の事情くらいわかるわよ。
See, this is why Miss Yui is one of the best real characters. She then asks him, is he really hot for teacher? He denies it, and Miss Yui says that's kind of a shame. Hey, yo?
最高。森重アドリブまで入れちゃってノリノリだったじゃない。
演じるからには全力を尽くすのが役者というものだからな。
あら、監督はせっかくの装置が作動するところを見れなかったのが不満？
僕も同感です、監督。
And after all that, we catch up with Kizami chasing Satsuki and Yuka. Turning the corner, they bump into Azusa and Ran, who somehow lost the book along the way. Well, that's never getting found again. But then Kizami finds it in the hallway. Now, I've got to say, how do you not feel yourself losing a heavy book, falling to the ground, making noise? Like, are we done? The book opens to Kizami and speaks about wishes and ancient gods. Kizami somehow knows the magic words, followed by a loud, otherworldly roar.
の願いを神がか面白い。深き眠りよりニート目覚める。
Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking, and Sachiko didn't actually expect Kizami to find it, or Ran to find it in the cellar. The whole area changes into a vortex and a space-time convergence of many worlds into one. This really does seem to happen in every franchise at some point, I swear. Sachiko then reveals this is hell, or more accurately, she doesn't have any clue what this vortex dimension is, so she calls it hell. The director then gets sent home, so this must be hell then. Every character in this chapter is now reunited in this weird blue warping in itself place. Ayumi senses something coming, and out appears Kizami with an insane grin and glowing red eyes and one black tattoo on one of his eyes. But more importantly, he's carrying an unconscious Yuka and not a dead one. Damn it. He's also holding the book, and there's a big sinister shadow demon behind him called That Which Must Never Be Named. Yeah, right now they're just pulling a lot from H.P. Lovecraft, so that shadow is Cthulhu, a Lovecraftian god.
もうすぐだユカ。俺たちが幸せに暮らせる世界が出来上がるぞ。
なんだ
Kizami's plan is to make a world where only he and Yuka exist. Sachiko explains that the book takes whatever warped desires they have and turns them into reality. He doesn't care about Satsuki though and would just feed it to the shadow god behind him. Sachiko doesn't actually have the power to compete against Cthulhu, but says if they can get the book away from him, they can stop all this. However, if an ordinary human sees Cthulhu, you die from madness. However, since they're trained under Sachiko, they should be A-okay. Moshike explains it's because they've seen so much weird crap, they won't die from madness. Then the hype music kicks in as Yoshiki says he's going to get the book.
よし俺が行く。無茶だ。99% 負けると分かっているギャンブルに命を懸けるようなものだぞ。黙って見過ごせるかよ。これまで生きるか死ぬかの修羅場なんて飽きるほどくぐってきたんだ。大勝ちの可能性が 1% でもあるんなら上等だぜ。
Even if his chance of success is 1%, god damn it, he likes those odds. The aura Yoshiki has right now. Nigel and Moshige also both agree with him telling the director, who I thought was gone, but I guess he's not, that he will have to finish the film without him. The three of them gather to take on Kizami and a god, with Yoshiki telling them his plan. There's no room for hesitation, so they charge and we enter an RPG-like battle scene with Eldritch Cthulhu and Heretic Kizami as the bosses.
つまでも好き勝手できると思ってんじゃねえぞ。その腹っ柱に一発ぶち込んでやるから待っとけ。
クズめ。おい、食事は後だ。先にこの邪魔者どもを片付けろ。
Cthulhu moves first, however, since he's still entering this world from a gap in space-time, just go with it. They have a chance to take Kizami down before the old guard enters this realm. Yoshiki notices, however, that the shadow is planning on attacking them with its tentacles. They use three-way dash and the tentacle attack misses, since Cthulhu is not at its full potential. After this move, it starts budging through and becoming more visible, and its attack power increases. Moshige plans on taking care of the creature, while the rest secure the book. He distracts the monster and dodges his attack, which is ineffective. He also insults Cthulhu, calling him an octopus jug, and talks about eating him. The god then uses claw attack, but still misses, then uses a feint attack and rapid-fire tentacles, striking Moshige. However, he's still alive, as he sees that the director has been split open, taking the hit for him. However, the director is already dead, so it really doesn't mean anything.
監督真っ二つになってるじゃない。
何を笑ってるんだ貴様。このままでは監督が死んでしまう。
いや、森重監督とっくに死んでるから。これ以上死にたくても死ねないからね。そんなことよりあっちも決着つきそうだよ。
Yoshiki kicks Kizami's wrist, making him drop his knife. He then pummels Kizami, defeating him.
そんなに夢が見たいなら俺が好きなだけ見させてやるぜ。ただしお前の頭の中でな。おのーら。
Cthulhu is now confused and they call over Sachiko, but before the dead director gives Moshige the film camera to keep on filming no matter what. Sachiko then grabs the book and says, and says the words to open a dimensional gate back to the cursed land of Heavenly Host. We're really trading one hell for another. Sachiko doesn't know what she said, but she is allowed to make a wish. A wish by who? Well, God, of course. We're not going down that path. Back in Heavenly Host, Satsuki and Ran and Azusa were knocked out, so missed everything. Azusa is moved that Yoshiki would risk his life for them, so he will give them a reward, but Yoshiki denies it. Yuka asks if Kizami is back with them, and they did bring him back. They decide to take revenge though and apply permanent marker and draw a ton of inappropriate and rude things on him. Sachiko tells them they should gather and watch the movie they just filmed, which is all the events of the chapter. This is where they learn Sachiko was behind every single thing that happened in the house, including the footage of Moshige being Mori-saw and the hidden camera stuff. Ran then tries to apply permanent mark on Moshige, in which he screams and runs for his life. Before the chapter ends, we catch up with Kizami having lost again. now bound by rope in a room. But Yuka decided to visit him like in Egypt. Yuka then laughs at his markings. The markings on his face actually say the kanji for ki and zami, so it's just his name, with a cute swirl as well. Yuka explains she could never be his little sister and will never forgive him for the things he's done. However, she feels he is someone who could start over fresh, which no, she's been dumb, this guy's insane. He even says she's naive and that he could cause harm to her and her friends in the future. She then unties him, in which he then says to himself, basically, well, she's way too innocent and doesn't understand the pains of this world. And that his sweet little sister next time will be his. Then does a very evil laugh.
ゆか、君はなんて重心で汚れを知らない子なんだ。そんな風に優しくされたら、ますます欲しくなってしまうじゃないか、ゆか。俺の可愛い妹。次こそ、かん。
Now we get to the wrong end of this chapter, and these go crazy. The first wrong end happens if Kizami throws Yoshiki at Yoshikazu by slamming into him, then reveals he was faking being friends with everyone, but instead Yoshikazu charges towards Kizami, knocking into him, and Yoshiki thinks he sacrificed himself on purpose.
Kizami! お前、まさか俺を助けるために突き飛ばして。違う。
Kizami then dies and wakes up in a white space, and hears Yuka calling for him, Big Brother. Remembering her as his little sister, he then screams he has become a respectable human being. However, his eyes open to reveal a very feminine-sounding Yoshiki, calling him Big Brother. Yoshiki's sister version then is about to give Kizami a nice wake-up kiss.
もう学校遅刻しちゃうよ。毎朝一緒に登校しようって約束したでしょ。
違う。こんなのは違う。
お兄ちゃん、まだ寝ぼけてるの？じゃあ、おはようのチューしちゃうぞ。うわあ！なぜお前なんだ！
I was wrong. That's the most scared we've ever heard Kizami. The next wrong end happens if Yoshiki decides to rush at Kizami, and he gets ripped apart by the tentacles. Nigel then panics in fear, and proceeds to also get killed, as does Moshige.
やはり無茶だったんだ。くそー！
ちょっと期待してたのに。つまんない。
これで始まる。
Kizami then creates his new world. The screen goes black and we hear a door opening as Kizami says he's home. He is then greeted by Yuka, Satsuki and Sachiko, who gather around him, and we learn these are his little sisters. The whole thing plays out like a really bad anime, with Satsuki looking at the adult games Kizami plays on his computer. Weirdly, in Kizami's dream world, Katayama is still here, so I guess he didn't wipe out all of humanity. They then ask him if he wants to play Mafia Kart, maybe for $80. Sachiko then asks, is Kizami happy? Seemingly aware of this other world, and that if he's happy, then everything is fine. So everyone else has no memory of the previous world and lives, I guess. Sachiko then does the magic spell again, saying, Dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. Sachiko hopes that Kizami never wakes up from his happy dream. What is it with franchises and dream worlds lately?
キザミの幸せな夢はいつまでも覚めないといいね。
The last wrong end happens if Ran and Azusa leave the book behind. Ran calls out Mother Mary as some kind of voyeur, then okay. They then hear the book saying its wish thing again. Ran decides to wish for her dear wife's panties. A loud rumbling appears, and we find Azusa and Ran holding the panties. And in Ayumi's words, not mine, Azu is all slimy and moaning. They speak about an octopus, and this game is just so weird. Now we get to the last of the birthday chapters, but there is one extra chapter. Also, let me know what your favourite chapter in this whole game was, because I'm curious. Back at the auditorium, Yoshiki and everyone else is exhausted, having gone through all the events of the day. The clock says it's now 10:55, which means in 1 hour, her birthday will be over. 7 whole events in one day. Naomi calls it total power harassment. Miss Yui keeps trying to act old despite being early 20s. The game remembered Nari, Nana, and Chihaya was in the game. Everyone is basically just chilling, waiting around. Yoshiki falls to the ground in exhaustion, and Ayumi reaches out a hand towards him, finally acknowledgement from Ayumi of Yoshiki. He sticks out his hand to take hers, and she was reaching for a black cat plushie, and didn't notice his hand. She does say offhand though, despite everything, this was kind of fun, which sums up the game in a way. Characters got to spend time with each other, and they won't ever have the chance to again. Some even being directors and starring in plays. The clock then chimes that it is exactly 11 now. We get a reminder that once this day ends, everything goes back to as it was. Seiko starts crying slightly, being glad she could spend one last time with Naomi, but won't fully cry so she can have happy memories. The lights suddenly go out and a screen appears with Sachiko doing an interview, being asked when was her first kill, which was elementary school, and how was it? And she says she was nervous. We then get back on topic. Was the culture festival actually fun? Sachiko says it was because everyone tried really hard. She enjoyed Yoshiki playing the dead body the most. As well as, okay Sachiko, you did not have to show that screen again. She really likes harems and beach flags, I guess. She also found Miss Yui and Nigel's weird kinky thing, saw thing, really funny. They just playing all the demonetization scenes at once. Miss Yui says to herself that it made her heart skip a beat, or doki doki. She's a freak. Morishige and Nigel heard exactly what she said though. Then Sachiko gets to choose the MVP of the day, which goes to Yoshiki the girl. Well, it doesn't actually. Everyone else thinks it should, but she chooses the boring answer of I can't just name one person, and that's why she's dead. Then a final question. Does Sachiko have any parting messages to them all? She says not really. The screen disappears and Sachiko speaks over the speaker, saying the events have all come to an end, but she has one last request. Katayama and Okawa realize it's all over and they didn't get asked to do any event at all apart from eating the curries. They do not care though, since they were just playing a dating video game.
ま、ミンコがそばにいるから平気だけどよ。最高だな、俺ら。
ちょっと二人ともちゃんと聞いときなよ。ほら、ギャルゲーしまう。幸子ね、泳げるようになりたいの。浮き輪がないと溺れちゃうんじゃ、クラスの子たちに笑われるから。 クラスの子？あって、もしかして生前の記憶？
だから、みんなを見込んで一生のお願い。待ってるから、一回西校舎にあるプールに来て、幸子を泳げるようにしてほしいの。
Anyway, Sachiko's last request is for her to learn how to swim. While she was alive, she was made fun of for not being able to. And she will be waiting at the pool for everyone. Sachiko has also prepared swimsuits for everyone.
マジで？
こっち見んな。
すく水だと？おお、うちの学校は室内プールである。
Inumaru gets excited because his school's pool is indoors, which I think means he couldn't see Sayaka, I'm guessing?
It's just a dream じゃないか。
Okay, that's the best voice line I've ever heard in a video game. Sayaka overhears and calls him total scum. All the people, though, are opposed to the idea of staying any longer. Since the festival is over, they don't actually need to go to Sachiko anymore. Everyone starts having a discussion about it, with some feeling sorry for her, and some thinking she just enjoys torture.
なんでサチコのやつ、俺たちをダチかなんかだと思ってんのか？
言うこと聞いとかないと殺されそうだったから仕方なく言うこと聞いてただけなんだけどな。
もういいんじゃね？文化祭の種目じゃなくて今度のはただのお願いだろ。アフターまで聞いてやる筋合いはねえよ。
でも幸子さん、ずっと笑ってて楽しそうだったよね。本当は友達が欲しかったんじゃ。
人をひでえ目に合わせて面白がってただけだろうが。
ダメだよ、さやか。たとえ君の言う通りだったとしても、あの子には恐怖で人の心を縛っても友達は作れないって。
そっか。
Some time passes and we cut to Sachiko singing She's Not Lonely or Suffering as a song. By a really clean-looking pool for once. She starts paddling in the pool by herself, and we get told Sachiko was murdered right after the pool first opened at Heavenly Host, so she never got to learn. All she wanted was a friend to teach her how. She tries swimming without the float and starts to drown, which I didn't know was possible for a ghost spirit to drown, but I guess that's officially part of the corpse party lore. Yoshikazu is also swimming and helps lift up Sachiko. She then starts getting annoyed at the fact no one came to help her. Yoshi, Sachiko's mother, appears and speaks to Sachiko with a look of love and affection, but also regret. Sachiko clings to her, asking why won't anyone come. Yoshi then tells Sachiko that her heart was detached by the way of the grudge she bears towards the world that harmed her. Only each year in Heavenly Host, on the day of her birth, the pool of the curse is lessened. The curse also dictated that mother and child would drift apart, so moments they can speak like this are very rare.
お母さん、泣かないで。お母さん。
Sachiko's mum starts to cry, and soon Sachiko does as well. Yoshi was only a bystander, able to see the events, but she tells her what she forced her victims to do today was just as cruel as ever, and she can't expect them to come to her side now. But she's interrupted by the sneeze of Satoshi, and every single person came to the pool for Sachiko.
おめでとう。来たわよ、幸子さん。
プール、綺麗にしてくれたんだな。
寒い。遅くなってごめんね。みんなで誕生日プレゼントを用意していたの。はい。
The reason they took so long is they were preparing a present and hand over a skeleton charm doll necklace, a calavera, which represents living freely and joyfully after death. The group's wish from them to her.
死んでいるあなたの心が休まるようにと。
俺も作ったんだぜ、右手の骨。リアリティを追求してみたんだ。俺は左太ももの骨。すっごいよくできてるだろ。
はいはい、いちいち張り合わないの。チェーンは私のだよ。大事にしてくれると嬉しいんだけど。
Now Sachiko cries happy tears. This necklace is what makes this game canon, and that's explained in the next corpse party game. Everyone helped in some way to make this necklace, and now they're going to help Sachiko learn to swim.
さーて、みんなで泳ぎ教えるよ、幸子さん。
俺は中途半端なことは嫌いなんだ。最後まで付き合うよ。
泳げるようになりたいんだよね。勇気を出して。まずは足のつくところで。
よし来い。
ヒステリックだな、幸子ちゃんは。
この子たちは。
We hear Yoshi's inner dialogue saying these children are boundless. They enjoy learning to swim with the last hour of the day, but then all good things must come to an end, apart from in Cyberlocky. And we cut to everyone crying as the pool now has a bonfire. Sayaka, Naho, Inumaru, and even Aiko all know something bad is going to happen after this day. And Sayaka grabs onto Inumaru, hugging him, so you know this shocks him.
Sayaka? さやか
Naomi and Seiko can't hold back the tears either, not wanting to say a final goodbye. Kurosaki says he has a weird feeling about Kizami, and if he ends up alone, not to lose himself. Yuko reveals to Satsuki that she can't come home, and Satsuki finally realizes the situation they're in.
何言ってんの？帰れないの？やだ。やだやだ。やだやだやだやだやだ。さつきちゃん。
The lamentations of the group were audible from everywhere. In a few minutes, everyone would be separated into their various closed spaces once again. Some repeating their destined demises, and soon to be consigned to oblivion.
I hope I can help. Necromancy may be legal in Cyrodiil, but few will openly admit to practicing it now that the Mages Guild has banned it. Farewell.
May you rest in peace.
Everyone has the feeling of never being able to see one another again carved into their minds like a scar. Sachiko also feels the sadness and feels pain in her stomach, not wanting this day to end or to be separated from everyone. Yoshi puts it bluntly though, all the fun memories they've made will vanish and they'll all be sent back to the hell that is the real heavenly host. Sachiko, unable to accept this, grabs onto Yoshi and cries uncontrollably. Her cries echo throughout the building, washing away the grudges and hatred of all the vengeful souls that hear it. Sachiko tries saying to her mother she won't be bad anymore, but as she does, she gets cut off by the time being up and the bells ringing. All the dimensions form back to as they were, and a mist appears. Sachiko laughs evilly, everyone else having disappeared, feeling like she woke up from a weird dream. The only thing that remained was the crackling bonfire. She tells Yoshikazu to go find more kids to get more dissection specimens for the infirmary, losing all kindness she previously had. Sachiko floats above the pool with smug satisfaction as she fills it back up with muddy, murky water. However, being confused why it was drained in the first place and why there was a bonfire. She wants something enough to kill her, but she can't remember anything that happened. She still has the skeleton doll necklace on her neck though. But in the back of her mind, there is an image she can't get rid of. A bunch of faceless people in swimsuits. Being able to remember the shape of their bodies, but none of the features of their face. They all seem to be making an appeal to Sachiko, but trying to remember causes her intense pain, which makes her want to kill them all. Now this isn't confirmed in any way, it's just my headcanon, so don't take it as the explaining lore part. But I like to think that after all these events is when they're truly able to escape the loop, which will lead back to the true ending of the first game. So with that in mind, it would be interesting to now go back and watch the first video again with all this known knowledge of the characters and lore and see how different it is in any way. We then see Sachiko re-entering Heavenly Host with the text reading, "That was the start of it all. The day when the principal ended the lives of Yoshi and Sachiko Shinozaki. That was the day when the curse firmly took hold, and before long, its victims. Its victims under the curse began to harm each other, further spreading the despair after being unable to bear the horrors they were forced to endure. The swell of tortured souls became a constant stream forming a magnetic field, and it was unclear if the day would ever come when the cursed chains that defined this purgatory of misery might finally be broken." For lightning flashes and we see a glimpse of that Calavera necklace. And that is Corpse Party Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash. And that was the end of the Corpse Party series. There was no other game. Sure, it may have ended weirdly, but it did in fact connect all of Heavenly Host events together, and we don't need to see what happened next, right? Blood Drive? But we don't need any more games. Why would they make another one? But wait, well, this isn't the end of the Corpse Party series because we need one final disappointment with so much ambition to be the Avengers' endgame of Corpse Party, tying it all together into one confusing plot. This also isn't the end of the video, because there's one more chapter, one singular extra chapter. So let's check that out. We start chapter 8 with a long white ribbon of sheet beside a body of water. Some guy named Toshihisa, and Ran and Azusa. Wait, is this a chapter about them? Why did we need this? Pretty much everyone here is doing a ritual since they're going to be going their separate ways, kind of like the Sachiko Ever After curse. But it's not that, it's called the Promise of the Shroud. It involves putting all their wicked thoughts and misfortunes into pieces of cloth, and setting it free down the river. Ran is another character obsessed with another character, like that trope hasn't gotten old yet in this series. No, it really has though.
May your friendship last forever.
We then cut to Heavenly Host again with Ayumi and Yoshiki. It's really always them. Yoshiki feels powerless because Ayumi won't stop talking and asking for Satoshi. But Yoshiki does notice Ayumi acting weird, possessed again by the spirit of Yoshi. Some things never change.
My precious Lord, give her the light of merciful purgation from sins. Release the seal.
However, suddenly Ayumi gets tackled and we hear someone say a prayer. We can guess who. Azusa wearing her interesting school outfit. Yoshi's spirit screams a bit and is exorcised from Ayumi. Azusa seems to have knowledge of vengeful spirits and talks about the rituals that cause them to get stuck here. So it isn't just the Sachiko Ever After charm, since Azusa is confused when they mention it.
そうなのか。俺たちは幸せの幸子さんってまじないでここに。
幸子さん？おまじない？似たようなやつが全国にあるってことね。あ、自己紹介がまだだったわね。私は高井あずさ。
Charms seem to be quite a big thing in Japan. Azusa then introduces herself to them, and she's the same grade as Ayumi. She then calls Yoshiki Sir Knight because of his last name Minkishi, meaning knight. So this is to explain the character who appeared throughout the birthday game and will be in 4 minutes of blood drive. Okay. Azusa clocks into Yoshiki liking Ayumi. And they agree to look for their missing friends together. They enter one of the classrooms, and Azusa gives Ayumi her friend's ID she found. And she has an intense reaction to it, saying she saw her. Azusa then suddenly undoes the zipper of her uniform and opens the chest of her blouse, withdrawing a cross necklace. She then comments on Ayumi's spiritual power. Her cross is glowing, I guess it detects spiritual power levels. Both Ayumi and Azu then say they believe they have the ability to see residual thoughts in objects, or what's called psychometry. I bet this is going to be something useful in Blood Drive. They check the flowers on the table and find they are warm. There are thoughts hidden in them, and we hear a boy say, Azusa, you are not a devil.
あずさは悪魔なんかじゃない。そんなことを言う奴らが狂ってる。
ん？なんだ？
ナイト君は聞こえない。
声？
笑うなよ。花を咲かせるのが趣味って変か？
本当だ。
聞こえる。誰だろうこの人は。健太郎。あなたは。
Okay, that's pretty weird. Azu then cracks after hearing the voice. Her previous confidence persona is gone, saying that whoever was speaking was a dear friend of hers, and that she will save him. They leave the classroom and notice bandages on the floor and the remnants of a splint. Ayumi then sees the image of Naomi complaining about pain dragging one leg. Naomi hears Satoshi and finds him having a tearful reunion. The memory ends there, and Ayumi throws the bandages aside, saying it was a friend in pain, and an evil spirit did something cruel to her, and must be punished. She lies to the others, though, out of jealousy when Yoshiki tries asking who it was. Azusa spots a figure in the darkness of the hallway and runs after them, but Yoshiki grabs her from behind to stop her moving. She was about to walk right into a hole. Azusa then calls out the position they are in, embarrassing because of her ample chest. She then thanks him and gives Yoshiki an inappropriate wink. Ayumi notices and calls them a cute couple, but they need to try and keep the hanky-panky behind closed doors. This is Yoshiki's worst nightmare. Azu then finds one of her friend's holy shrouds, but the name is too blurred out to make out who it is. They go back into the classroom, open the shelves, and scream as a black mass of cockroaches come flooding into their mouths.
これだけ古い建物なら当然よね。怖くな見慣れてる。
おい。
They then check the broom closet, and inside is Ryu, the murdered ghost spirit. The ghost just laughs, then disappears, with Azusa saying this is a sad place, and he went off to play.
大丈夫。
お前。
成仏したってことなの？いいえ、どこかへ遊びに悲しい場所ね。ここはあんな小さな子までどこにも行け。本当に元の世界に帰ることなんて。
Inside the closet, though, they find Rand's piece of cloth used in the ritual. They proceed down the corridor, seeing the shadow of a person down the hall. Azu recognizes them as Ran. Ran hugs onto her, saying she was so scared. But Azu lets out a blood-curdling scream as she discovers someone's remains by Ran. Ran then explains that black mist came rolling in and Kintaro inhaled it then died. They find cloth, and this time, Azusa also reacts to it, emitting a light. The light then fully lights up the hallway walls. Like a living mural, the scene from the memories of the cloth play out before everyone's eyes. We see the shroud ritual again by the river.
せーの。さあみんな、目をつ。
なあ、手。ラン、お前は手。
この後に。剣坊は優しいな。
ほら早く目をつぶって。布が。
Which Yoshiki then teases Azu about having feelings for Kintaro. Azu then, to get back at Yoshiki, calls Ayumi his girlfriend to Ran. However, we see the end of the ritual, and there's more to it, as a villager cries out what's going on. The owner of a rice paddy is unable to get any water coming out his tap. It's revealed the holy shroud they tossed into the river has gotten stuck and stopped the water supply. They all just run away instead of taking responsibility. Ultimately though, they get contacted by the school since their names were written on pieces of cloth. Her name was the one least faded, so they therefore knew she was a part of it. However, Kentaro took all the blame for the incident. This literal incident of putting cloth in the river got him on house arrest. A bit extreme. As the story ends and Yoshiki makes a really in poor taste joke,
今のお前の顔見なくて幸せだったかもなこいつ
They hear footsteps and see a boy limping with a lot of blood on him. He tells Azu to get away from Ran. It's the other friend, Toshi. He keeps repeating to stay away from Ran.
離れろランのそばにいちゃった
Ran now saying that he has gone insane to Azu. Ayumi decides now is a great time to be like, but you were friends, no? Which rightfully pisses off Azu, who screams for her to stop asking about every little thing, which then magnifies the light coming from the cloth, and they hear Kentaro's words to stop fighting.
やめろみんな
Everyone then turns around to look at his body, but instead see him standing upright as he suddenly starts floating, then evilly laughing, saying he's finally got it. The spirit that has invaded him reaches out the black mist towards Toshi, twisting it around him, bringing him to his knees. Yoshiki grabs loose timber and tries knocking the evil Kentaro back to the ground. But the spirit just sends him flying. The evil spirit then tells Ran they can complete her wish and finish off Toshi. However, this time, no more pushing him into the holes in the floor. So we know what happened to Toshi now, and it was because of jealousy of her dear wife. Toshi's shroud then activates, showing another thought, but Azu is already confronting Ran, who she begins shaking wildly. The spirit then addresses Azu directly, saying she's been the most entertaining of all the actors here, calling her out for pretending to play the wise priestess. We then see another memory of the school that Azu attended, and it's Azu and Toshi kissing each other, which breaks Ran's heart. Azu in the memory says that it doesn't feel right to have a relationship like this. The evil spirit then says she always needed solace for her heart, and that she's a very weak person. Azu then says to Toshi that they should just stay as friends. We then get the reveal that Azu was in a love triangle that she couldn't decide, and she confessed to Kentaro before she had broken up with Toshi, and then got rejected the very next day. Okay, wow, I didn't expect this twist. It's just so normal for a twist. It's so human. It's also shocking, so I'm kind of impressed actually. The evil spirit version of Kentaro then reveals that she was intending to start completely fresh at her new school. Just completely abandon her friends like trash and act as a new person. Ran demands answers saying, "Dear wife, I'm always there for you." And Azu just remains motionless, before making a fist and throwing it at Ran's face. She knocks her to the ground, blood flying out her nose. She then goes full egomaniac, calling herself a chosen one of God. She then intends to kill Ran, but Ayumi stands in her way. Azu then speaks to the entity, saying that this wasn't part of the agreement. She wasn't meant to be trapped here as well. So did she intentionally put them in Heavenly Host? She then shoves Ayumi to the ground, where she collapses in a heap. The spirit looks down on humanity, calling them all foolish creatures.
あんただって命をもてあそぶただ何言ってんの。あんただって命をもてあそぶただの嵐じゃない。クソ悪霊が。そのクソを少しでも信じた私もバカだったわ。クソがクソクソクソクソ。
Revealing Azu only wishes for her own happiness, while Ran wished for happiness with Azu. Ran keeps on saying dear wife, and it breaks Azu as she says she disgusts her, and proceeds to kick her across the room, just pummeling into Ran, trying to kill her. The spirit then noticing Ayumi's spiritual powers looks to consume her as well, while also slaughtering everyone else on the spot. The spirit says one final thing though, that Kintaro sacrificed his own life to save the rest of them, but then mocks him by saying he killed him as he is not a god of mercy. Then does an evil laugh, detailing how the process is to tear souls away from their bodies, and how it's harder if there's some form of attachment to the physical world. Yoshiki though, says hey.
Oi.
Then like the badass he is, calls him a lot of colourful words. Then while the entity wasn't looking, took Azusa's switchblade cross, that's a thing, and stabbed it into the spirit's back. Yoshiki is just the best. Then he screams at Azu to use her powers to exorcise the thing. He then proclaims he will protect Ayumi like the knight he is, further stabbing into Kintaro's spirit body. A small bottle flies through the air and lands on the corpse's heart, and the spirit screams, and Azu says an exorcise prayer in English.
Bright flame, make all the existence reduce to ashes!
Kintaro's spirit in its final words though, you, the red dress, world of profound darkness. A blinding light and an explosion sound blast through the building as a massive shadow expels itself from his body and disappears. Azu then stumbles her way over to Yoshiki saying he called her by her first name, and she rather liked that in a seductive tone. Then leaning into Yoshiki, nuzzling him. Now fully asking him to be her knight. Yoshiki, immune to her charm, shoves her away. Azusa is a very interesting character introduced in this game's extra chapter, but she seems to struggle with being, in her words, the chosen one of God, and having these spiritual powers, which she sees as a gift and burden and responsibility. This has made her want to depend on other people and use them to her advantage. Toshi gets up and says, Azusa, she's always been that kind of girl. Toshi thinks that it was because Kintaro had the best grades in school, and that was the reason she tried dating Kintaro. He then calls her out for not wanting a romantic partner, but an accessory. Even Ran now is immune to her and not calling her dear wife. She stupidly tries going near Toshi though, considering Ran tried killing him, he doesn't take it well. Toshi limps away from the group, calling them all mad. Ran, then not wanting to be alone, runs after him, trying desperately to apologize. Ayumi wakes up now and Azusa, very much out of it, comes over for a group hug, also fearing being alone in Heavenly Host. Now apologizing for doing cruel things, but claiming it was the only way they could defeat the evil spirit. Ayumi, having enough, shouts at her to stop, saying don't speak to her anymore. Azusa then fully breaks, starts groaning, and runs off into the darkened halls as Ayumi says to Yoshiki, they need to find the others. It's interesting to see how another group gets completely turned against each other by Heavenly Host. But in this case, Azusa was the one behind it all, her true nature was just revealed here. Ayumi then tells Yoshiki to look behind him as they see Kintaro's body decaying into a skeleton and vanish. Something that doesn't normally happen to corpses in Heavenly Host. Ayumi picks up the shroud, and we then cut to Azusa wandering the dark halls, going quite insane, claiming she's not a devil. Then bumps into the actual devil, Kizami, and is overjoyed at not being alone. Kizami then says they should stick together, and that combo of people right there is terrifying. Though this is actually a wrong end. The true end just changes the last scene, and we get the reveal that Sachiko was speaking about there being imitations of her Sachiko Ever After charm. So she decided to do an experiment. She let this one play out, but it turned out just the same as her mum's book. She then states she will destroy everything that isn't her charm, then laughs as she talks about how Azusa thought it was her who defeated the evil spirit. But in actuality, it was Sachiko herself. And that is the final chapter of this really weird corpse party game. And like all great video essays, it's only right to end with the dramatic, heartfelt monologue that tries to frame this deeply unhinged, aggressively horny, supernatural mess as a groundbreaking artistic achievement that forever altered the trajectory of storytelling. Looking back on Corpse Party Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash 2U, it's still hard to describe it in any one way. It's unhinged, it's absurd, and it's wildly inappropriate. That's also kind of brilliant in its own weird, chaotic way. This game is the kind of experience where you're constantly flipping between laughter, secondhand embarrassment, and questioning whether you've actually gone insane. And yet, despite how degenerate it is, I genuinely had a great time with it. Like, way more than I expected. If I'm completely honest, I had more fun with it than Book of Shadows. And that's pretty wild to say because Book of Shadows is the more serious and narratively weighty entry. It explores the deeper themes, it expands the lore more, and it brings out a lot of emotional depth to all the characters. But the gameplay. The endless point and clicking, the backtracking, it really just dragged. It made the storytelling feel like a chore sometimes, which is a shame because the actual content is so strong. And not being biased here, I almost think the story of Book of Shadows is actually best experienced in a video like mine, just summing it all up. Meanwhile, Sachiko's Birthday is just a visual novel all the way through. You only make choices. And honestly, that made such a difference. It let the story breathe, I could just sit back and enjoy spending time with these characters without having to click much or do filler content or padding. Now let's all agree, the game is straight up degenerate, depraved in the best and worst way. It's the kind of content that most developers wouldn't dream of putting in a mainline entry to a game. But because this game is set during Sachiko's birthday, and everyone is stuck obeying her twisted rules, the writers get away with everything short of actual crimes, probably. There's probably broken some crimes in some country. But that chaos also works, because underneath all the wild costumes and questionable scenarios, there's a real warmth here. The devs really enjoy their characters, even if it's putting them through utter embarrassment. And you can actually feel that passion in almost every scene. For once we get to see them not as tragic figures in a cursed narrative, but as actual people who are tragic figures in a cursed narrative. Wait a minute. And that's something I think every fan of any long-running series secretly wants. To just spend more time with their favourite characters. To watch them in slice-of-life situations of alternate universes. Or just anything that isn't non-stop trauma. We all really do want that fanfiction-style dream world sometimes. Where no one dies and everyone just gets to hang out. Now most franchises can't give us that without completely breaking immersion or ruining the tone or the story of the game, but Corpse Party did manage to do it in a way. And I genuinely think that's something more serious should try, maybe not to this level of horny chaos. And honestly probably something that's not canon to the overall story, but just an idea that lets the characters be people outside of just the plot. It's also great that it isn't just the main cast. Characters like Kurosaki, Fuck You Roy, even Emmy the Mad Cook, who barely got screen time in the original game, suddenly they're front and center making jokes, building friendships, getting their personalities flashed out in ways that make you appreciate them more. It's like the game is saying, we know you barely got any time with these people before they were brutally murdered. So here, have some time with them, before they're brutally murdered. And that's honestly kinda great. Even if that time involves the weird punishment games, it's still a gift. And as much as the game leans into the more pervy, over-the-top elements, there are genuine moments of sweetness too. Real character beats, emotional callbacks to the other games, even some oddly touching scenes where you remember why you cared so much about these characters in the first place. So for once, let's enjoy these characters again without killing half of them off. And that kind of content is rare in horror franchises. Usually the tone is so tightly wound that there's no room for anything but misery and suffering. But this game throws that all out the window and says, let's have a party. A weird, cussed, horny party, but a party nonetheless. And even though it's over the top and incredibly questionable in some parts, it's a spin-off that's willing to get weird, get fun, and create interesting scenarios. Maybe they could have had a little more restraint in the King's department though. So yeah, Sachiko's Birthday is easily the most degenerate, depraved, and most unpredictable entry in the Corpse Party universe. It still manages to feel the most human the series has ever been. It's comfort food in a franchise that's usually more like emotional poison. And for that alone, I'm glad it exists. It's not perfect, it's frequently ridiculous, but it's also the one game, for once, where no one's dying permanently. And we just get to spend time to learn more about them, quirks and all. And as I always say, my favourite kind of party is a corpse party. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed, remember to subscribe to the channel, like the video and leave a comment. I do read them all. It's been a journey of corpses, and the next one in the series is Blood Drive, the one I'm sure everyone's been waiting on since I covered Blood Covered. But Blood Drive is a long game, with a lot of frustration and a lot of backtracking. So before I get that video out, the next video on the channel will actually be similar to these long form ones, but also different in a way, as we will be deep diving into the lore and stories of particular characters from games, and maybe other media at some point. This will be content that will release just after I've done a long form in between two long form videos, so there can be more content coming to the channel more regularly. So to start off, we're starting with the story of Kratos from God of War. I hope you're looking forward to that, hopefully coming pretty soon.